Chapter 1. The universe was vast, deep, and unchanging. One day, a ray of light descended from the clear sky. During the 36 days of travel, it shattered into countless rays of light of various sizes and scattered to every corner of the universe. When fate collapses, it must be gathered together. Otherwise, when the mortal world is in chaos, it will be out of control. Countless rays of fate were intercepted. That was the power of the great Tao. The bigger rays of fate were intercepted first, and then they were intercepted one by one. This was a contest between the great Tao. But in the end, there was still a very small number of the light of destiny that escaped under the mighty force. One of the light of destiny that couldn't be any weaker, so weak that its existence was on the verge of collapse, found another carrier. It was a strand of lonely soul that was drifting in the universe. The two of them worked together and disappeared into the vast universe. Pu City was a very ordinary third-tier city in the Yi Kingdom. It had no economy, no status, no reputation, and no history. It was as ordinary as a woman who did not have her 3 measurements. It did not have a sense of existence among the many cities around it. This was especially prominent in long-distance travel because Pu City was always the name of the passage, not the destination. Although Pu City was very ordinary, it still had everything that one needed. For example, it was a place to indulge in luxury. It was an accessory to the city, and it was as indispensable as the government office. Chow Fong Restaurant was a closed restaurant. It only provided some more elegant cultural activities, such as poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The wine and dishes were also better, and it was famous for its vegetarian dishes. Of course, the so-called closed restaurant was in comparison to the turbid restaurant. The difference was self-evident. Those who came here to spend money were at least considerate of their status. They either had serious business to discuss or were purely having a literary gathering. When cultured people of status gathered, there was no lack of women to accompany them. If it was in a restaurant or tea house, there would be no music, and there would only be finger-guessing. The atmosphere would be completely different. This was the difference between elegance and vulgarity. It was the difference between coffee and garlic. There was no hall here, and it was all private rooms. The guests were separated from each other. Whether it was eating or reciting poems, or entering and exiting, there were servants to guide them. The purpose was to prevent kings from meeting each other. Otherwise, it would be awkward. Although Pu City was small, it had learned the essence of this from the big cities. To humans, this kind of thing was easy to understand. They did not need anyone to teach them. On the second floor of Chow Fong, there was a large private room called the Lavender Hall. Even through the thick curtains and windows, one could feel the heat coming from inside. This was a scene that could only be seen after eating and drinking well. Generally speaking, when scholars reached this state, they would begin to discuss poems, merchants would begin to compare their wealth, and officials would begin to scheme against each other. As for cultivators, of course, they would compete. Intoxicated with wine, he naturally had to bring out what he was good at. Otherwise, he would be letting down the beautiful scenery and beautiful women. There were 6 or 7 young men in the incense hall, and they were all 17 or 18 years old. They were high-spirited, fearless, and had a bright future ahead of them. They wanted to give pointers to Pu City. Those who could come here to spend money were definitely from influential families in Pu City. This could be seen from the way the young men dressed. They were dressed in silk and satin, with jade and gold ornaments. However, it was also because of their extraordinary family background that they could not really go to the turbid tavern that squandered money. Places like Chow Fong Tavern were basically their limit. The more prestigious a family was, the stricter they were in this aspect. Of course, the so-called prestigious family here was only boasting in Pu City. They were just a bunch of country bumpkins outside. Come back from the dead. I have the green scale sword, and I can slay the world and ensure peace. A young man's face was slightly red. It was obvious that he was a little drunk. He struck the table with his chopsticks and spoke passionately. Come back from the dead. I have the Tai Hao sword, and my will last forever. Another young man struck the table with his chopsticks. They were the so-called mutants in Pu City. The so-called mutants were self-proclaimed. They relied on the fact that their families had some money and did not need to worry about their livelihood. Therefore, they stepped into the path of cultivation and had some skills to deal with a few local ruffians. Hence, they considered themselves as mutants. Young people tended to bite off more than they could chew. They had just learned how to jump, but they began to look forward to the day when they could soar into the sky like eagles. One could not say that they were arrogant and conceited. They were frivolous when they were young, and prudent when they were old. This was human nature. They had not learned any skills, but they began to talk about life and death lightly and pretended to be boastful. This was the characteristic of people of their age. This was why the old fellows were the ones scheming behind the scenes in wars, and why the young people were the ones who shed their blood. If the young people were prudent, this world would lose its vitality. This world was a world of cultivation. Even in a third-tier rundown city like Pu City, cultivation was not a mysterious thing, especially to the wealthy. Of course, the level of cultivation they came into contact with was very limited. As the saying went, the poor studied while the rich practiced martial arts. If one was full and had nothing to do, it was always good to have a place to exert one's strength. It was better than going out to play with cats and dogs and causing trouble. This was the way the big families nurtured the younger generation. They did not really expect them to be successful in their cultivation. Pu City was not big, but it was not small either. However, since the day the prefectural aspirations were established, there had not been any great cultivators. This was the real situation in the lower levels of the mortal world. It was impossible to start selecting elites from here. This was not a universal education. To these young people, their ambitions were just SOSO. They just wanted to take down a few villains and eliminate a few vermin. That was all. Great ambition? They did not even know what ambition was. In Pu City, more than 90% of the people had never left the prefectural region. The remaining so-called knowledgeable people had only wandered around the prefectural region. The difficult traffic situation made it so that the mortals rarely had the chance to come into contact with the outside world. Second brother Chi, when I swing my sword, I always feel sluggish. I can only swing my sword but can't swing it back. What's the reason? When second brother is free one day, can you give me some pointers? Today, I will pay for second brother's musical expenses. If I make any progress, I will treat second brother to a good drink and find the best Guchin girls to accompany me. Choo choo choo. This was a skinny young man who was asking for advice from the first singer. It was not that he was stingy, but that his family was very strict. It was impossible to directly give out a lot of gold and silver. Usually, the expenses would be recorded, and at the end of the month, there would be a merchant who would go to the residence to write off the bill. This was to prevent people from being extravagant and not knowing how to be thrifty. Therefore, even though these young men were having fun here, in reality, all the expenses other than the wine had to be shared equally. What this young man said was that he took the initiative to share second brother Chi's share. In the eyes of others, this was normal. They had all learned from their parents' generation and did not want to be taken advantage of. The other young men were making jokes at the side. They drank some wine, and although they still knew the rules, they were a little careless with the music girls beside them. This was also a characteristic of this place. The music girls were not unwilling. With this, they could earn more money. Even if the tavern was closed, it was still a tavern. Sitting in the innermost seat was a handsome young man. He had a very bright face, but it was obvious that he had a lot on his mind. He was somewhat out of tune with the other young men and rarely joined in their lively discussions. This was very normal. Among the 7 young men present, the others were all cultivators. He was the only one who was an ordinary person. Naturally, he did not get along with the topic. However, his mind was not focused today because of this, but because of another reason. The music girl beside him saw that he was gloomy, so she gently opened her mouth. "Little husband, what are you unhappy about? If you say it out loud, I might be able to enlighten you. Don't keep it in your heart to avoid harming your body." The young man sighed. "What am I unhappy about? I don't have to worry about food and drink. Rather than saying that I'm unhappy, it's better to say that you're unhappy. Don't be fooled by your profession of smiling. I think you're more unhappy than me." The music girl smiled. This was the first time this little husband came. He looked very unfamiliar. Although his face looked young, his words were very experienced. He even knew what a profession was. "When I was young, I lived outside the city with my sister and parents. At that time, my parents were still alive and living well. There was a fish tank at home. There were some ornamental fish in it. It was my father's face. Whenever a guest came, he would praise himself. One day, my sister and I were watching the fish by the tank. My sister was very bold and active, so she reached her hand into the tank to play with the fish. I was timid, so I could only watch from the side. That night, my father came back and saw that 2 of the fish had died. After asking for the reason, he did not scold us. However, he deducted all the candy money that my sister and I received for half a year." The young man smiled. "You're so pitiful. You were caught in the crossfire." The music girl did not smile. She only looked at him seriously. "I actually want to say something. Sometimes, even if you don't touch the fish, you still have to pay." Chapter 2. Lu Xiaoyi glanced at the singer gloomily. He did not expect to be fooled by a singer when he first came to this world of cultivation. Was he such an unruly person? It was just that his mood was not here. He had too many troubles that needed to be solved one by one. "Xiaoyi, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. Although we haven't interacted much, since 7th uncle has instructed us to take care of you, you can be considered a substitute for our PU city's little 6 righteous. One day, when you're able to use your chi to wield a sword and achieve success, our little 6 righteous might change your name to little 7 righteous." Lu Xiaoyi was a yes man. It was not that he was born stupid, but he really did not understand the situation. He could only keep his silence and pretend to be shy. Fortunately, he was known as a taciturn person in the circle of the rich and powerful in PU City, so the other youths did not suspect anything. He was just a disciple of a big family introduced by an elder they were familiar with. This gathering was already giving him face. As for what they would do in the future, who would care? If he knew what was good for him, they might still interact with him in the future. If he continued to act like a bookworm, then there would be no future for them. PU City's little 6 righteous was not a very impressive group in the circle, but not everyone could join them. Even if one's family background was good enough, it would be useless if one did not have the talent. Cultivation was very popular in the families of ordinary people. It was also a trend, as if they could not prove their family's foundation if they did not do so. This was also the atmosphere learned from the big cities. However, if one wanted to achieve success in the path of cultivation, it was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Not to mention the talent and opportunities of the disciples, just the financial resources alone was a critical juncture. Although the families of the youths present were very well off, that was only relative to ordinary families. If they really wanted to achieve success in cultivation, even if they sold their entire family's assets, it wouldn't be enough for them to achieve a breakthrough. Lu Xiaoyi shrank himself into a corner and quietly watched everything in front of him. The scene was not unfamiliar to him, but what he was thinking about was his own strange experience. The root of everything came from a dream he had during an afternoon nap in the spring a month ago. He dreamed of many strange things. Everyone had dreams, and it was normal for them to forget what they had done. Occasionally, there would be those who had a deep impression of it, or those who were extremely terrifying, and they might think about it for a few days, but they would still gradually forget about it. Humans could even forget their own past, let alone dreams. However, Lu Xiaoyi's dream was different in that he could not forget it at all. Not only could he not forget it, but some of the things in the dream were even changing his thoughts, behavior, and the way he interacted with others. In other words, from a certain perspective, he was no longer the cowardly, introverted, autistic Lu Xiaoyi. Instead, he was gradually becoming another him, the him in his dreams. Of course, the change was not a complete replacement, but a gradual and subtle influence. He was still Lu Xiaoyi, with complete memories of this life, but many of his thoughts and principles had changed. He didn't know if this situation would develop to the end. Would he become a completely different person, Or would he become one with the dream? He couldn't even figure out if he was the original Lu Xiaoyi or not. Or did it invade more souls? The changes were subtle and silent. As someone from a reputable family in Pu City, he had received extensive basic education since he was young, so he was no stranger to metaphysics. This made him have a high tolerance for such abnormalities. Since there was no way to stop it, he could only wait and see. He just didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. The enthusiasm of the teenagers quickly faded after reaching its peak. Unlike the elders, it was difficult for them to spend too much time in such a place. They were more willing to change places to start their exchange of swordsmanship. A shopkeeper sent over the account book, and everyone signed their names. The money for the wine would be paid by the host, second brother Qi, but everyone had to pay for their own expenses. This was Pu City, and also the Yi Kingdom's rules. When everyone was about to leave, Lu Xiaoyi, who had been silent throughout the entire banquet, opened his mouth. "I'm not good with words, and I've been feeling unwell recently. I'm sorry to spoil everyone's mood. On the first day of next month, on the day of the spring outing, I'll be the host and invite everyone to the Chaofeng brothel. I hope everyone will accept my invitation and don't blame me for being rude." The teenagers were surprised. In their limited impression, how could Lu Xiaoyi say such sensible words? Anyway, since he said it, it meant that he wanted to get closer to them. The Lu family was not considered wealthy in Pu City. Their family's wealth was mediocre, but the Lu family was able to rise to the upper class not because of their wealth, but because of other things. These things were respected by the upper class of Pu City, and this was also the reason why their small group was willing to accept him. Second brother Qi and the others came over and patted him on the shoulder to show their approval. Only then did they gallop away. On the long street, it was time for the teenagers to soar. However, Lu Xiaoyi did not ride a horse. Instead, he walked on the slightly narrow streets of Pu City with his attendant, Ping'an, holding his hand. He did not know why he would say such a thing at that time. It was not his style, but it could very well be the style of another person in his dream. Perhaps, it was not another person, but another him, a different world, a different time and space. How could he encounter such a thing? He could not mention it to anyone, not even his closest relatives. He could not deal with it. He could not possibly split open his brain and pull out that thing, right? He could only take one step at a time and slowly adapt to it, get used to it, and become a brand new him. On the way home, there were many people who knew him. They probably knew his temper, so they just smiled and nodded from afar. However, they did not take the initiative to speak. This made him feel very comfortable. After being silent for more than 10 years, he preferred to stand silently in a corner and observe the world, instead of completely integrating into it. "Young master, there's a monk selling Buddhist prayer beads at the corner of the street. Do you want to go and take a look?" Ping'an, the attendant, asked softly. He was a middle-aged man who was nearing 40 years old. He had been working in Lu province for more than 20 years. He was honest and attentive, and was highly appreciated by the mistress. He was already qualified to be promoted to a steward, but he was sent by the mistress to be the young master's attendant, so he had no complaints. Everyone in the Lu Fu knew that Ping'an, this personal attendant, was not an ordinary servant. He was a trusted confidant of the mistress. Because she was worried about the young master, she sent him to serve by his side. She was afraid that the young manservant would take him to some shady place and lead the well-mannered young master onto the path of evil. The mistress was fond of Buddhism and usually liked these small Buddhist things. The young master was filial. Although he rarely came out, as long as he came out and saw these things, he would definitely bring one or two back. But today, for some reason, the young master was a little distracted, so Ping'an reminded him a little to fulfill his responsibility. Only then did Lu Xiaoyi react. He had been so focused on his own matters that he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Thus, he followed Ping'an and walked towards the corner of the street. This was a middle-aged monk. He wore coarse linen clothes and revealed his bare chest. He looked very erotic. It could not be helped. Nowadays, people in the market paid particular attention to this style. Proper monks were not liked by people. It was also a popular unruly style. There were only a few women and children gathered around to look at the goods. When the monk saw Lu Xiaoyi and his attendant walking over, he hurriedly stood up and pulled his hand out of his nostrils, flicking out a dirty object. He knew very well that the other customers bought more than they wanted, and they couldn't afford to pay a high price. Only this kind of young master, who didn't know much about Buddhist prayer beads and had no concept of money, was the best buyer. This is the pure sky pearl. It can distinguish the natural climate and the quality of the environment. The cleaner the air, the clearer the pearl. The dirtier the environment, the darker the color of the pearl. Look at it now, it's dark because there's too much firewood burning around it during dinner. How magical. The child's face was full of yearning, but he didn't dare to touch it. At such a young age, life had taught him what he should touch and what he shouldn't touch. Ping An was disdainful and was about to expose him. He was just trying to cheat the young master of his money. Although Lu Province didn't lack money, he didn't want to be a sucker. Unexpectedly, the young master, who had always been taciturn in this kind of situation, opened his mouth. There are many ways to distinguish the environment's climate and dirt. Why do you need to use such a flashy thing? The monk was unconvinced. What ways? Why don't young master tell me 1 or 2 ways to broaden my horizons? Lu Xiaoyi pointed at his nose. To determine whether the air quality is good or not, you can pick your nose like you did just now. If it's black, it means that the quality isn't good. Before the monk could speak, the child beside him beat him to it. But I saw that the one he flicked out just now was red. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. That's because he's too stingy. Chapter 3. In the end, Lu Xiaoyi chose an ordinary and dull string of beads. In the past, of course, he would choose something bright and beautiful, but now, his taste was different. Although the string of beads was dull, it was precious because it was real. After being polished for many years, there was a sense of vicissitudes in it. This was the consciousness that came from his dreams, but now, he felt that it made sense. Lu Province was located to the east of Pu City. It was an area where the rich and powerful gathered. However, Lu Province was very ordinary among them. It did not appear to be noble at all. This was Lu Province's low profile, and it was also the Lu Province's helplessness. A manservant would come to take the horse away, and Ping An would immediately be questioned by the mistress. As the young master, Lu Xiaoyi had to bathe and change his clothes before he could meet his mother. This was the rule of a big house. After returning from a wine party, the smell of wine and meat on his body would offend his mother, who had always prayed to Buddha. In fact, there were only 2 masters in the entire Lu Province, the mistress and the young master. The Lu residents didn't start out by doing business, nor was it an influential family in Pu City. The reason why it had a relatively high status in Pu City was entirely because of the long-deceased male master of the Lu residents. He was once the Grand Marshal of the Zhaoye Kingdom. He was a great writer and poet who was widely known in the nearby kingdoms. He was also one of the few people in Pu City who could stand out. He was a name card of a city. Everyone respected him on the surface, but he did not have any real power. As time passed, Lu Xiaoyi might be able to survive on the glory of his father's generation, but it was hard to say what would happen to the next generation. After all, this was a very realistic world. Lu Xiaoyi's father passed away early. Since he could remember, Lu Xiaoyi had never seen him. The mother and son relied on each other for survival, and their relationship was very deep. Although he was far from being as talented as his father, to his mother, as long as she could live on peacefully, nothing else mattered. Amazing talent did not mean that one could live a long life, but it was very likely that one would die young like Lu Xiaoyi's father. Mother Lu had already seen this point clearly, so she never had too many expectations for Lu Xiaoyi. The reason why he came up with such an unscholarly name was actually to avoid the taboos of the unseen world. Xiaoyi was a little ant, low-key and unobtrusive, with a strong vitality. In fact, it was no different from the things that names such as iron egg and dog leftover implied. Some of the maids had already prepared a bathtub of clean water, and then retreated one after another. It was normal for a wealthy family to have maids serving them in the bath. However, this did not apply to Lu Province, where the head wife was very strict. In this aspect, she required Lu Xiaoyi to do it himself. Even the few maids in his room who did rough chores were all tall and boorish, with mediocre appearances. This was to prevent him from being exposed to the affairs between men and women too early. He was already used to it, so it did not matter. Furthermore, with his consciousness in his dreams, he seemed to be very used to it. For a man, bathing was very fast, but the troublesome part was his long hair. Most of the time was spent on it. Lu Xiaoyi was dressed in a white scholar's robe with a satin belt. Although he did not have the demeanor of a handsome man like his father, his parents' genes were still there, so of course, he was not too far off. Lu province occupied a moderate amount of land. After a few turns, he arrived at the courtyard where his mother lived. The surroundings were completely silent, with maids of all sizes standing on both sides. The head wife was very strict in governing the family, and the atmosphere of the scholarly disciples was indeed different. It was not something that the nouveau riche of Pu City could compare to. A personal maid led him into the upper room. There was no need for a son to go through so much trouble to meet his mother, but etiquette was very restrictive. This was especially true for someone like his mother, who was very competitive. Ever since his father left, she had shouldered everything, no matter how big or small. This was indeed very prestigious, but it also made her lose her gentleness, and she could not have the best of both worlds. As a little bird under his mother's wings, Lu Xiaoyi had no choice. Previously, his feelings towards his mother were more of reverence than admiration, but now, he began to disagree. He did not know who gave him the courage to do so. His mother, Lu Xiaoyi, was already over 50 years old. Lu Xiaoyi was a late father, and it was not easy for him to have a son. The years and hardships of life had long left obvious traces on his mother's face. However, from the outline of her appearance and temperament, he could still vaguely see the elegance of her past. She was once a talented woman in the capital, the descendant of a general, and naturally had a dignified aura. Greetings, Mother. Little Yi pays his respects to Mother. Lu Xiaoyi respectfully paid his respects to his mother. Although he did not kowtow, he still adhered to etiquette. Although he had begun to feel some resistance, believing that there was no need to be so rigid between family members, the habits that he had cultivated over the past 10 years still allowed him to not show any disrespect throughout the entire process. How was your gathering with the Qi family's boy today? Did they bully you? Lu Yarosha asked with a smile. Ping An's report was limited to the general situation. He did not know the actual situation in the Chaofeng brothel. For a mother, if a somewhat dull and autistic child occasionally met with others, especially when it came to drinking, of course she would be very worried. Those children were usually very respectful towards Lu province, but no one could control what would happen to young people after drinking. Replying to Mother, everything is fine. Second brother Qi and the others also took good care of me. It's just that I'm a little clumsy with words, and I couldn't get a word in when they were discussing swordplay. It will naturally be fine after a few more gatherings. Mother need not worry. Lu Yarosha was very gratified. It was not really because he was not bullied, but because her son seemed to have changed and dared to speak. And he even dared to take the initiative to ask for a few more gatherings. This was a very good improvement. This child had been dull and silent since he was young, unwilling to come into contact with strangers. When he was young, it did not matter as he was easy to control, but when he grew older, he often made her worry. This family would ultimately depend on him, and as his mother, she could not take care of him for a lifetime. If he did not make more friends, how would he face this complicated world alone in the future? This time, she was the one who asked someone to stuff little Yi into Qi Er's group's gathering. It was to let him have more contact with the outside world. There were many small groups of young people like this in Pu City. She was cautious in her actions, and only after many inquiries did she confirm this small group of people. Their family backgrounds were clean. Most importantly, although they were young and impetuous, they were all good children and would not harm her little Yi. She was not unfamiliar with cultivation. As the young daughter of a general of the kingdom of Yi, she knew more than the majority of people. It was just that she had never revealed it. Little Yi was very quiet and did not show any interest in cultivation, so she had never mentioned it in front of the child. However, Just half a month ago, she had heard Ping-An's small report and learned that this child had recently become interested in cultivation. Thus, she had arranged for him to have a drinking party with Chia's group. No matter what, it was not good to be too quiet. Although there was not much of a future in cultivation, it was the best choice for training the body. Also, with little Yi's personality, he was not one to cause trouble. Thus, she secretly connived. Chapter 5. P.S. Collecting and recommending. Not only yours, but also your aunt's. Sloth will sing a big song for everyone here. Seeing that his mother was happy, Lu Xiaoyi took out the newly bought Buddha beads. Lu Yaosha's heart was touched, and her eyes were a little sour. It was not because her son bought her a gift. Xiao Yi was filial and would bring her some small things almost every time he went out, but she had already learned about what her son had done from Ping-An. Although he was a little rude, he could have his own opinions, unlike before when he only bought shiny and expensive things. This was a kind of improvement. The child had finally grown up. The mother and son chatted for a while. Seeing that his mother was a little tired, Lu Xiaoyi bid farewell and left. He returned to his courtyard and read for a while, but he still could not calm down completely. So he turned off the lights and opened the window, looking at the stars outside the window, but he was hidden in the darkness. This was his habit, and it might be the habit of all autistic people. But strangely, the other consciousness in his mind did not reject this. Could it be that the other me was also autistic? Over the past month, it seemed that the overlapping of the consciousnesses had begun to harmonize. He was no longer a little schizophrenic like he was at the beginning, but had become used to it naturally. This was a good sign. At least, when faced with different situations, he rarely had two ideas fighting in his mind. Lu Xiaoyi had begun to accept this consciousness, or rather, this consciousness had taken over this body to a certain extent. What was the difference? In the words of that consciousness, if you can't resist the destruction of life, then learn to enjoy it. He began to focus on cultivation. In the past, he had an instinctive rejection of this kind of mysterious thing, which came entirely from the impression he got from studying the works of his father, the great Confucian scholar. He felt that all the supernatural things were offensive to the orthodox Confucian Taoism. But now, this newly integrated consciousness was very interested in this and deeply influenced him. In the understanding of that consciousness, even if you want to criticize a theory, you should at least have a sufficient understanding of it. This was the attitude of a scholar who did not lie to his own heart. In this world, the so-called cultivation of qi cultivators were not as powerful as imagined. At least, the power of the government was still in a dominant position in the country. It was very rare to see the so-called immortals or demons. Anyway, he had not seen them, and the people of Pu City had not seen them either. A month ago, he thought that these were all groundless rumors. Those so-called young cultivators just learned some martial arts under the guise of cultivation. But now, with more things in his mind, he knew that there might be a different situation. The level of cultivation here was not high. He did not know the specific reason, but if a profession like cultivation could not affect the mortal world, the height and breadth of its spread would be very limited. High martial arts, or low cultivation. He needed to explore it himself. These were all new ideas brought to him by another consciousness. He had lived in this world for 17 years, but he had never thought about what kind of world this was. Everything was normal, wasn't it? Wasn't it supposed to be? What kind of world could it be? When he had new ideas and looked at the world he lived in from another perspective, everything was different. He knew what his mother was thinking, and this was what he wanted. But what his mother did not know was that he was not just curious, but he could intuitively feel that the path of cultivation was endless. It was full of unknown changes, a new world, and endless possibilities. It was not just for fun. How to cultivate? This was a difficult question to be solved. In Pu City, the topic of cultivation was not unfamiliar, but when one delved deeper, one would find that it was basically all kinds of baseless guesses and assumptions, mainly legends and exaggerations. There was no specific way for people who were interested in it to come into contact with it. This was the reason why he came into contact with Chia and the others. How did they cultivate? What did they do? What were the conditions? No one would teach you these things for no reason, because they had paid a huge price for it. It was not something that could be easily obtained with just the identity of a young master from Lu province. 18 years old, was it a little late? This was what his original consciousness wanted to say. However, the newly merged consciousness told him that compared to the infinity of cultivation, a few years was not even a blink of an eye. 18 years old, he was still in his prime. However, before he started cultivating, there was still something he could do. He looked at his weak arms. There was nothing wrong with the body of an 18-year-old youth. He was well nourished, but he looked a little weak because of the lack of exercise. As long as he persevered, it would not be difficult to change. The exercise started a few days after the consciousness merged with him, and it had been going on for almost a month now. There was a small night lake behind Lu province, which was a symbol of the wealthy district in Eastern City. The pavilions and terraces were built very exquisitely. Hundreds of families lived around the lake, and it was truly a lakeview house. The pavilions inside the lake were exquisitely built, and there were often scholars and literati lingering around, as well as noblewomen and young ladies. The stone path around the lake was also very wide, so it was not a problem for the carriage to gallop. Lu Xiaoyi ran on this stone path for more than 10 days as a form of exercise. However, today, when he was about to leave the house, 2 men dressed as officials stopped him. The leader spoke very politely, "Young Master Lu, I'm Nyo Dali from PU City's Good Arrestor office. I'm the head of the patrol team. A few days ago, when you ran on the lake path, someone sent a notice to the arrestor office, saying that you're dressed shabbily and that it's immoral to run along the street, and that it's easy to scare people." Lu Xiaoyi was puzzled. "I'm not a horse. How can I scare people? At this time, the sky is already bright, and I can't be pretending to be a ghost to scare people, right? There are few people on the lake path, and the air is fresh. Can't I exercise a little?" Nyo Dali smiled apologetically. Of course, we also know that young master is here to strengthen your body, but it's better to do it in your own house. You also know that at this time, there are often old people who leave early, and there are also women who come to collect dew. You're running around like a gust of wind, and you're still wearing thin clothes. Hee, don't catch a cold. Lu Xiaoyi finally understood that he had been reported. The reason was very simple. His consciousness, which was starting to occupy the main soul, was a little incompatible with the current world. In his opinion, trousers and a single coat were already very attentive, but in this area of the rich, it was still not dignified enough. "I haven't even worn shorts and a singlet." Although Lu Xiaoyi was somewhat dissatisfied, he also knew that this was the custom of this world, and it was completely different from his original world. He was not an unreasonable person, and he expressed his understanding. "If that's the case, I'll find another place. However, the 2 of you could have just handed me an official document. Why did you have to wait outside so early? The cold of spring is chilly, and the cold caused me to feel uneasy." Nyo Dali was very pleased to hear this, and thus he fawned over him. The people of Lu province are not ordinary people. Who would dare to send an official document so easily? Even if I dared to send it, no one would dare to sign it. It's just a slight cold of spring, and it's not worth mentioning. We've been outside all year round, and this bit of fatigue is still bearable. Lu Xiaoyi glanced at Ping An behind him. "Bring the 2 officials to the kitchen to drink some hot porridge. Make it sumptuous, and it'll get rid of the cold." Ping An nodded and asked again, "Then, young master, what about you?" Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "Just stay in the residence today. After you bring them there, you don't have to come to my place. You'd better hurry up with the things I asked you to do. It's already been more than 10 days, and there's still no progress. To think that you often boast that you have a lot of friends in PU City." Chapter 6. Lu Xiaoyi returned to his courtyard. His courtyard was actually not suitable for lifting locks, throwing stones, or brandishing spears. The original Lu Xiaoyi was a standard little otaku. Other than reading in the study, he was admiring the flowers and the scenery in the courtyard. He couldn't even find an empty space. Now that he had a clear direction, he no longer had any misgivings. In any case, he was still a young master. He should be able to make decisions for his own courtyard, right? The housekeeper, old two, was called to him. He pointed at the flowers and plants in the courtyard and ordered, "Old two, find another place to put these flowers and plants. Also, these fake mountains and rocks. Fill up the pond. Without running water, it will stink. Can't you smell it? Also, flatten the courtyard for me." Old two's face was filled with confusion. "Young master, young ancestor, what exactly do you want to do? When you first set up this courtyard, you put in a lot of effort and spent a lot of money." Lu Xiaoyi did not care about his nagging. "Let's put it this way. Turn this courtyard into a martial arts arena. Do you understand?" Old two finally understood. Okay. You can change it however you want. Even if you want to change it into a zoo, it's up to you. However, I need to plan the whole thing, arrange workers, make the budget, prepare the materials, and countless other troublesome things. I definitely won't be able to start work today. The earliest would be 2 or 3 days later. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. How could he not understand that what old two said was just empty words to fool him? It was not like he was rebuilding it. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? The main point was that he had to report to his mother. His mother was not an ordinary person. Although the current Lu Xiaoyi was a combination of two consciousnesses, the original owner's deep attachment to his mother had already been accepted by the invader. It was just that occasionally, he still had a slight impulse to go out and see the world. However, he knew very well that now was not the time for him to venture into the world alone. He was still too weak. Other than the title of Lu Province's governor, he was nothing. Once he left Pu City, even this illusory title would not be able to protect him. Based on his observations of this world over the past month, it was a very peaceful world that gave him a sense of security. However, this might be because he had taken over the position of this body. He had not had the time to come into contact with the real underclass of the world. He had not had the chance to see those dark and secret things. He did not force it. To the new consciousness, he had already passed the age where he needed to experience the hardships of being at the bottom. To him, life was already very difficult, so why bother? It was good to be more relaxed and comfortable. To him, it was his greatest fortune not to have fused with a soul filled with bitterness and hatred. Now, he needed to enjoy this fortune and not find a mountain to carry on his back. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Xiaoyi went to the backyard to pay his respects to his mother. The rules of this world were like this. The bigger the house, the more it was like this. He was not used to it, but there was nothing he could do. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lu Province's kitchen was very simple. It did not have the extravagance of most wealthy families. In fact, it was also because the population was small. There were only 2 masters, one old and one young. Without a male master, there were no social gatherings. Lu Yarosha ate bland food, while the young master had a bigger appetite for meat. This was a change in recent months. The 2 officials were safely led to the dining hall. This was the place where the servants with some status in the household gathered to eat. For example, the old and young stewards, the senior maidservants, the old nannies, and a few old soldiers who had followed the old madam for decades. They were all very fierce. The widow and her son did not have the power to deal with these messy matters. It was unrealistic to rely on the government for everything. Breakfast was very simple. There was thick millet porridge and a few appetizers. Today's main dish was big stuffed vegetarian buns. The buns were really thin and had a lot of fillings. They were very tasty and the 2 servants were very satisfied with the food. The younger official asked, "Niu Tu, this young master of the Lu family does not seem to be as dull and taciturn as the rumors say. He does not understand the ways of the world. The way he conducts himself is very proper. He does not speak much but is polite. He is also very experienced in dealing with people." Niu Dali sneered, "Rumors? If it's true, then how can it be called a rumor? How many of the gossips that came out of the big houses were true? They are all nouveau riches who have not been rich for many years. How can they have a good upbringing? The head of the Lu family used to be the Minister of War of the Night Kingdom. How can this family be wrong? It's just a private diversion after being envious and jealous. The younger official was very curious. But why does this young master of the Lu family, who looks so normal, wake up early every morning and run around crazily outside? If he is just practicing martial arts, does he need to be so exaggerated? Can't he do it in his own courtyard? Why does he need to be so ostentatious? Nyo Dali picked up another stuffed bun. This kind of stuffed buns was to his liking. He was middle-aged and had changed some of his habits of eating meat when he was young. To people like him who ran around all year round, a good body was very important, and so was his stomach. I've told you before that in our line of work, we should talk less and listen more. Actually, many things seem inexplicable, but after careful consideration, it's normal. Do you know that this young master of the Lu family went to Chow Fong brothel with Second Chi and the others a few days ago? The younger official was Nyo Tu Tu's disciple. He was very smart and immediately understood. Tu Tu, do you mean that the young master of the Lu family is obsessed with cultivation? On one hand, he is interacting with Second Chi and the others. On the other hand, he is training his body first, so. Nyo Tu Tu laughed. It's normal for a young man like young Master Lu to be obsessed with cultivation. When have there not been at least a dozen young masters from the big families in Pu City who are obsessed with cultivation? Young people, their interest comes and goes quickly. It can be as short as a few months, or as long as 3 years. Look at them again. They do what they should do. How can they cultivate to look like anything? Young Master Lu is the same. He usually reads and rarely comes into contact with cultivation. Once he has the thought of cultivation, it's inevitable that he will do some shady business. Lu province doesn't have a place to practice, so he went outside. But it's not bad. It's better than hiding in the house and reading all day. He pointed at his disciple. As public officials, we can pretend to be stupid, but we can't really be stupid. We can pretend to be brave, but we can't really be brave. Posting a post is very simple, but other than becoming enemies with Lu province, what benefits can it bring? Although Lu province's big tree has fallen, and its power is far from what it used to be, a broken boat still has a few catties of nails. How can people of our status be able to resist any of those old friends and students? It's better to put in some effort and wait early in the morning. Look now, the matter has been resolved, and I've even met the young master of the Lu family. At the very least, this meal is real, right? Taizhu, you have to remember that being a public official has nothing to do with arresting criminals. The wisdom of the world is a long-term livelihood. Look at the few respected and famous old constables in the constable's office. Which one of them has a good ending? They are either sick or missing an arm or a leg. Their lives are not satisfactory. Can reputation be exchanged for food? If it weren't for the fact that you and I are distant relatives, I wouldn't be bothered to say these words to you. Think about it yourself. Chapter 7. Taizhu nodded and asked again, Boss, I remember that a Qi refinement warrior was recently locked up in the prison of the prefecture city. Since little husband Lu is interested in this, why don't we? Boss Nyo interrupted him. Hold on, why don't you understand? It's right to want to curry favor with Lu province, but you also have to look at where you put your effort. Since cultivation is destined to not last long, why waste your effort? Old Madam is now in charge of Lu province. Do you know her attitude? Who knew how popular young Master Lu could be? If that Qi refinement warrior harbored evil intentions and ruined little husband Lu's future, will you bear the responsibility? Even if everything is normal, it's hard to say how much of a so-called Qi refinement warrior who was locked up in the prison is actually true. He won't mislead others. The secret of flattery is that you must know where the horse's butt is and where to flatter it is the most effective. In the inner court of Lu province, Butler Tu stood quietly. Lu Yarosha sat on the seat of honor with her eyes closed. Beside her was a woman of the same age. This was Lu Yaosha's dowry maid, Tsai Huan. After decades of companionship, she had already become half of the master of Lu province. At that time, there were a few other maids who were part of her dowry. Decades later, she was the only one left. She, who had no children, treated Lu Xiaoyi as her own child, but she was stricter than Lu Yarosha in terms of discipline. A dowry maid like her was naturally chosen because she was instilled with extremely strict etiquette and rules since young. She was taught when she was young and naturally wanted to teach others when she grew up. Other people in Lu province did not care. Only Lu Xiaoyi became the target of the two old women's discipline. Since young, he had followed the rules. It could be said that the reason why he had an autistic, introverted, and taciturn personality was because these two closest relatives had to bear a lot of responsibility. Now, this little fellow's wings had hardened and he wanted to fly alone. Tsai Huan waved her hand, indicating for Butler Tu to leave. She said softly, "Miss, little husband has been acting strangely for the past few months. It seems that his personality and temper have changed a lot. This doesn't make sense. Even if a child really grew up, the change in personality would be accumulated over a long period of time. How could it happen so quickly? Young mistress, you're always studying at home and rarely go out. Could it be that you've been possessed?" Lu Yarosha shook her head. They were as close as sisters, so Cai Huan spoke so directly. "Nonsense. Why are you being so paranoid here in broad daylight? Our Lu family is a family of poets and scholars. We don't believe in such things." She had seen much of the world. Before she was married, she was very restless. She often stayed in her father's study, peeking at miscellaneous books and eavesdropping on her father's discussions. She was young and a woman, so in this aspect, she was much more doted on than her brothers. Supernatural powers were forbidden in the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Darkness. Although this was a world where cultivators existed, they were not of a high level. The limited number of so-called chi cultivators could not stop the organized state machinery in the mortal world. In order to maintain the power of the secular world, the Kingdom of Darkness had always treated cultivators with neither suppression nor promotion. In terms of the power of the mortal world, the Kingdom of Darkness would never allow cultivators to participate in the affairs of the mortal world. Therefore, she actually had a concept of the abilities of these so-called people with great magical powers. Of course, compared to the abilities of mortals, they were somewhat miraculous. However, these people would never touch a descendant of the former Grand Marshal. They were very clear about the price to pay for doing so. There were plenty of talented youths out there. Her weak son did not meet their selection criteria. Cai Huan, you know that little Yi is good in everything, but he's too quiet. Except for his study, he doesn't want to go anywhere else. This is not good. When the old master was alive, he was proficient in the 6 arts. He could fight at the front and make decisions at the back. Unfortunately, he passed away early. Otherwise, this child would not have become like this. I'm worried about his health. It can't be seen now, but when he grows older, it's inevitable that he will have hidden diseases. It's rare that he is willing to change his habits without our urging this time. I'm thinking that if we push him back to his original path this time, I'm afraid he won't take the initiative to change again. As for cultivation, we all know that most people won't be able to achieve anything with their cultivation. Since there won't be any results, we might as well take this opportunity to let him go out and make some friends. At the very least, it'll be good for his body. I think this child is clear-headed and his behavior is normal. If it weren't for some changes compared to before, he would be no different from other teenagers of his age. Just let him be. You just need to remind those rough maidservants to pay more attention. Lu Xiaoyi began his strange fitness activities. In fact, it was not difficult to renovate his courtyard. After removing the interests of those scholars, the only thing left was to tamp the ground. There was no complicated project. That consciousness unconsciously occupied the dominant position, but miraculously, it did not cause too much resistance from the original consciousness, because he was constantly instilling that they were originally one, and the only difference was the present and the future. In fact, this was not the case at all. This process continued until the body was completely occupied. In this kind of thing, there was no possibility of coexistence. If there was, then it would be a split personality. As for how to exercise this body, in fact, the new consciousness was not professional. After all, he had no idea that something like transmigration would happen. He could only carry out some popular exercises based on his own experience, such as running, push-ups, sit-ups, and the lifting of stone weights in this world. His goal was to make this body not so weak, and not to rely on this body to do anything else. This was because he was very clear that if this was a world where cultivation existed, then if he really set foot in it, there would be more professional methods, and it was not something that could be compared to the stupid methods in the mortal world. He just wanted to be like a normal young man, and not be laughed at in the chow feng brothel. In fact, he also wanted to pay. As a soul with experience, he was still very much in favor of pay-to-play games. On the day that the martial arts arena was built, Ping-an finally brought back news of him. There are about 3 ways to get in touch with cultivation in Pu City. First, there is a Baiyun Taoist temple in the northern suburbs of the city. It is a wild temple. I heard that the Daoist who stays there is a cultivator, but no one has seen him with their own eyes. Moreover, this person does not have a fixed residence. In a year, he will not be in the temple, but wander around. I sent someone to take a look, but the Daoist said that he has been gone for several months, and no one knows when he will return. Second, I heard that the Li family, the richest family in Pu City, has a Qi cultivator in their old house, but you. The third is the Qi family's second young master. Since young master has some contact with them, I think you can learn something by asking them personally. They are also ordinary people, and those things can't be self-taught, right? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Sure enough, things like cultivation seemed to be easy to hear from others, but it was very difficult to really step into it. Even with his family background, he couldn't choose to give up as he wished. The Daoist from the Baiyun Taoist temple was completely unreliable, and he could not possibly visit the thatched cottage 3 times or guard there every day. There was no need to mention the Qi cultivator from the Li family. A few years ago, the Li family had sent people to Lu province to ask for Master Lu's old manuscripts at a high price. How could his mother bear to part with it? Although they did not become enemies at that time, it was certain that there was dirt between them. How could he open his mouth now? After looking around, Qi and his group were still the most reliable. He was also very helpless. Chapter 8. Lu Xiaoyi was pondering how to get closer to Qi group naturally. He was very clear that rushing was not a business transaction. It had to be natural, otherwise he would have no choice if he owed people too much. He was someone who did not want to owe people. On this point, whether it was the invading consciousness or the original consciousness, it was the same. However, his luck was not bad. It was probably because of the last treat at Chow Feng Brothel that Qi's group sent someone to bring a letter a few days later. They wanted to go to the joyous gambling house in the south of the city to try their luck. They even specially sent someone to ask if he was interested. If it was the Lu Xiaoyi of the past, he would definitely not go. The children of the Shu family were very wary of places like gambling houses and brothels, especially people like Lu province who were the benchmark of morality. However, the current Lu Xiaoyi was very clear about the true purpose of Qi's group. Respecting Lu province's reputation was only a part of it. Most importantly, they wanted to see if Lu Xiaoyi could make friends with him. If he thought highly of himself and did not go, then there would definitely be no future. It would be useless even if he invited them to drink. Only by putting down his pride and going could he truly integrate into their small circle. Young people were also scheming. You want to go to the gambling house? You're not going to sneak over, but instead come here to ask me how much you can lose. Little Yi, do you think I will definitely agree? Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. The children of the Lu family are not suited to go to places like gambling houses. Even if I am sure I will not be addicted to it, you still taught me that you are not a mother. But mother, you've taught me before that I can't stick to the rules. Since I want to make friends with others, I have to tolerate some of their habits. Otherwise, why would they acknowledge me? Second brother Qi and the others are not hopeless gamblers. It's just that they are young and want to try everything. I still have matters of cultivation to ask them for advice, so it shouldn't be a problem if I go once in a while. Since I was invited, of course I can't not gamble. I can't stand out too much. That place is not a place to be aloof. That's why I came to ask you how much I can lose. Lu Yarosha had lived for more than 50 years, and this was the first time she had heard of a son making such a request to his mother. It was very unexpected, but it was also very reasonable. Lu province may not be rich, but with what your father left behind, it's not a problem to support your gambling capital once. Little Yi went out to have fun. As your mother, shouldn't I set a limit for you? Lu Xiaoyi was very ashamed. Your son was born with everything at his beck and call, and has never earned a single cent for the family. My heart is really uneasy. How can I be so extravagant? Mother is the one who takes care of everything at home. After father left, Lu province didn't fall. Even if I want to be a prodigal son, I have to consider the cost. Lu Yarosha asked again. He might not necessarily lose, right? What if little Yi wins? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Mother, don't tease me. How can you win in a casino? Even if there are small gains occasionally, it's just bait to attract you again next time. Your son has been studying for more than 10 years, so I understand this. Lu Yarosha grabbed his hand. Her eyes were red. My son has grown up and understands things. You're so sensible, what else do I have to worry about? Go to the treasury and get 10 taels of silver. Just be happy and don't feel pressured. Even for a family like theirs, losing 10 taels of silver was not a small amount. Chaofeng brothel only cost 2 or 3 taels of silver. Lu Xiaoyi did not refuse. His mother was not an ordinary woman. She was not an ignorant housewife. Just as he walked to the door, Aunt Cai Huan's voice came from behind him. Little Yi, this Lu province is all yours. In the future, don't talk about making money. You won't make your mother sad. He grinned. When I was young, the mother took care of the son. When the son grows up, of course he will take care of the mother. I won't make you sad. Let me do my duty, okay? Seeing Lu Xiaoyi walk further and further away, Lu Yarosha could not stop her tears from falling. She said to Cai Huan beside her. Little Yi has really grown up. If this is what you mean by being possessed, I'd rather he never wake up. The next day, Lu Xiaoyi and Qi gathered together and rushed to the Grand Pleasure Casino in the south of the city. Their horses galloped through the wide street, causing a commotion. This was the temperament of a young man. It did not mean that they would stop at nothing. Just like the racing in his consciousness, a lot of it originated from his obsession with speed and attracted the envious gazes of the surrounding people. It might not be very prudent, but it was not a crime. The group of people talked and laughed loudly, but Lu Xiaoyi remained silent. This was his temperament. However, since he was willing to play money with everyone, he treated them as friends who could be associated with each other, instead of pretending to be aloof and virtuous. It was enough. They were still a street corner away from the Grand Pleasure Casino. Second brother Qi was the first to rein in his horse. He turned around and asked, I brought 5 taels of silver. How much did you bring? Don't bring too much. If my second uncle finds out, he'll whip me. This sentence exposed the ins and outs of this group of young men. They were just playing for fun and novelty. How could it be more exciting in a private place than in a casino with all kinds of people? They were the children of the rich families in Pu City who had the least bad habits. Otherwise, Lu Yarosha would not have allowed Lu Xiaoyi to interact with them. As a mother, Lu Yarosha was very responsible. 3 taels. 4 taels. Wang Dazhu, Monkey Sun, Fatty Chen, Madame Feng, and the youngest Han all reported their numbers. None of them had brought more than 5 taels. They had always hung out together and knew each other's ins and outs. These were all nicknames, and they were the habits of young people. Only family members could call each other that. Second brother Qi was the second in the family, but here, he was the eldest. Monkey and Fatty were all named according to their body size. Lady Feng was the most petite and was also very handsome, so she was called Lady. Seeing everyone looking over, Lu Xiaoyi smiled. It's my first time playing with my brothers. I was afraid that I would embarrass you if I brought too little, so I brought 10 taels. Second brother Qi laughed heartily. It's your first time here, so you don't know the rules. Just take 5 taels and play. Don't let the old madam know that we wronged you. If we reveal anything, we'll be punished. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. All right, I'll leave 5 taels and treat you to drinks at Chow Fong House. Second brother Chi was very satisfied. He did not expect this young master from a scholarly family to come to Dau to play with money. Since he was here, he recognized him as a friend. Moreover, from the way he spoke and handled things, he seemed to be very generous and did not have the sour taste of a scholar. The 7 young men rode their horses and whipped their whips. They had the demeanor of a wealthy guest. When they arrived at the door, they threw the reins to the servants who came with them. However, they did not enter. Instead, they each picked up a few stones and buried them in front of the casino. Only then did they enter with their heads held high. Lu Xiaoyi, who was with them, was puzzled. After 2 hours, the 7 of them came out with their heads and faces covered in dirt. How could rookies like them deal with the casino? Bad luck. I didn't look at the almanac when I went out, and we were all wiped out. Second brother Chi complained. However, he did not seem to be disappointed. After all, this amount of money was nothing to them. They went out of Dau's door but did not go far. Instead, they dug out the stones that they buried at the entrance of Dau, held them in their hands, spat on them, and then turned them over and buried them in the same way. Even though Lu Xiaoyi had a calm temperament, he could not help but ask, "Second brother, what are you doing?" Fatty Chen, who was beside him, snorted. "This is a change of luck for the next time. There will be a day when the idle fish will make a comeback." The group of people's mood was slightly better. After making the appointment, they dispersed. Lu Xiaoyi and Ping An also slowly rode back to the mansion. Ping An could not help but ask, "Little husband, what did you do at the entrance of Dau? It seems that you are happy again." Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "They think that they can make a comeback next time, so they are very happy. However, the banker is also very happy." Ping An was puzzled. "Why is the banker also happy?" Lu Xiaoyi sneered. "Of course the banker is happy. Because it means that he can eat the other side next time." Chapter 9. Lu Xiaoyi finally got the chance to participate in Chi's small group's mutant activity. Second brother Chi's family was in the medicinal herb business. Their business was very big, and they had already established themselves in Pu City. This was a very impressive feat among most of the rich families in Pu City. This allowed the Chi family to break away from the image of a small, wealthy family. In an instant, they had become lofty and powerful. From this point, it could be seen that the people of Pu City respected those who were able to go out and make achievements. The Lu family benefited the most from this. The family's power was weak and their wealth was limited, but they were able to steadily rank among the upper-class families in Pu City. It was all because of the reputation left behind by their father when he was still in power. Even though he had passed away, they could still rely on his reputation to protect the mother and son for nearly 20 years. There was a huge yard in the backyard of the Chi family. It was used to collect and dry medicinal herbs. Because the medicinal herbs in Pu City were very seasonal, other than the large-scale drying of medicinal herbs at the end of autumn, the yard was empty at the rest of the time. It was perfect for martial arts practice and cultivation. The yellow soil was very sturdy and spacious. It was a good place for little fellows to gather, and it was also the only place. In Pu City, even for a family like theirs, it was unimaginable for them to create a spacious space for their disciples to practice martial arts. Businessmen valued profits and paid attention to returns. Cultivation was not something that could be used to earn wealth, achieve meteoric success, or bring glory to one's ancestors. Who would build it at all costs? 7 mutants, well, to be precise, 6 mutants and 1 ordinary person were gathered in the yard. Even the servants who served tea and water in the Chi family were chased out of the yard. It was as if their skills were not easily taught and they were acting mysteriously. This filled Lu Xiaoyi with anticipation. He had been in this world for 2 to 3 months. Most of his time was spent on getting along with these youths, which was why he invited them today. In second brother Chi's words, if they were not brothers, they could forget about getting close to this place. Lu Xiaoyi moved a stool to the side of the yard and sat down. "Hurry up and start. Let's make this clear first. We've had wine and music yesterday, so we must show our full strength and not hide anything. If it's just ordinary martial arts, I won't learn it. If I have the time, I might as well learn some martial arts from the old soldiers in the mansion. It's much more practical than your flowery martial arts. Young people, as long as they were interested in each other, they would get along very quickly. They had not been infected by the complexity of society yet, but after they turned 20, they would have to go out and help their parents. This kind of innocence would no longer exist. Being impolite was the best way for teenagers to get along with each other. Being polite would not work here. Second brother Chi laughed out loud. Little Yi, are you looking down on your brother's methods? Come, brothers. Let's cheer up and show little Yi what we've got. He feels that yesterday's drinking was a waste. Today, I will show you the difference between the martial arts of the mortal world and the methods of the mutant. The group of people roared in agreement. Although they were still laughing and joking, no one hid anything. Speaking of which, at their level, there was nothing to hide. If they continued to hide, there would be nothing left. The first opponents were Taizhu and Fatty Chen. The two of them were also the most impatient among the crowd. In order to convince the new little brother, the two of them stood very far apart. When ordinary martial artists faced each other, the distance between them should be less than 10 feet. The weapons of the two sides should be able to touch each other faintly. If they were too far away, they would not be able to fight and could only use their mouths. Now, the distance between the two of them was about 10 feet. They were fully focused, staring at each other as they circled around. What surprised Lu Xiaoyi the most was that the swords in their hands were not ordinary 3-foot-long swords, nor were they the daggers that thieves loved to use. Instead, they were something in between, about a foot long. For a moment, people could not figure out the specific use of these things. Both of them held their swords with one hand behind their back and the other hand facing forward, as if they were rubbing an invisible ball. They held their short swords in front of their chests and pointed at their opponents from afar. They were even chanting. After confronting each other for a while, Fatty Chen finally could not bear it and shouted, "Take my wind conquers the world." His arms and wrists didn't seem to move at all, but the sword in his hand seemed to have its own power as it shot towards his opponent. It was just that it was a little crooked and weak. Lu Xiaoyi observed from the side that at this speed, if his opponent was a nimble martial artist, there was a high chance that he would be able to dodge it. Even he, who had been training every day, could barely dodge it if he didn't care about his poise and rolled on the ground. Of course, the prerequisite was that the sword could not bend. Taizhu did not dodge. After Fatty Chen's showy shout, he also shouted, "Noble spirit lives forever." At the same time, the sword in his hand also rushed forward. It was also weak and crooked. The only difference was the degree, which was not easy to distinguish with the naked eye. The two short swords met in the air. The seemingly acrobatic throwing of the swords created an unimaginably loud sound in the air. That was the sound of metal swords clashing with each other, as if two big men holding huge swords were hacking at each other with all their strength. The small swords colliding in the air could make such a loud sound. From this, it could be seen that the power contained in the swords was not small. The two short swords collided and fell, but they were closer to Fatty Chen, and Fatty Chen's short sword also flew further. This showed that at least in terms of the power of the swords, Taizhu was slightly better. However, this difference was not enough to determine the outcome. After releasing this sword, the two obviously lost their strength. That mysterious power that could release the swords, in order to get back their swords as soon as possible, could only rush towards the place where the swords fell. The result was inevitable. Before they could pick up their respective short swords, the two people's bodies came into contact. One had a strong body, while the other had a fat body. They twisted together, their fists and feet collided, and obscenities were flying everywhere. Everyone hurried forward to pull them apart, and only then did they manage to stop the two people from fighting. Second brother Qi looked at Lu Xiaoyi and was a little embarrassed. This mainly depends on the front. The back doesn't count. They are brothers, and haven't seen each other for a long time. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. They see each other every day, right? Yesterday, we even had drinks together. Second brother Qi chuckled. Little Yi, I won't hide it from you. We rarely do this kind of flying swords fighting each other. It's really too dangerous. If you're careless and get cut by the swords, you'll be seriously injured. Isn't this your first time here, little Yi? Everyone wants you to experience it, right? For you, they're also risking their lives. How could Lu Xiaoyi's soul not understand this? He walked forward and pulled Tai Zhu and Fatty Qian's hands together. Thank you, brothers, for putting in effort for little Yi. One is brave and powerful, the other is heroic and powerful. You're both brilliant and powerful. Don't worry, when I, little Yi, learn this technique, I'll fight both of you. The front part was still acceptable, but the back part was filled with boasting. This was also how Lu Xiaoyi could quickly integrate into this small group. The youths all liked this, and after laughing and joking, the matter was over. Chapter 10. What happened next was no longer a battle between the two of them. Instead, Monkey Sun, Madame Feng, and Madame Han all wielded their swords at the same time. They aimed at the thickest old locust tree in the courtyard. Their swords stabbed into the tree with a thud-thud-thud sound. The only awkward thing was that they could shoot but couldn't take it back. Once the swords were released, they couldn't come back. They had to go and pull them out themselves, which greatly reduced the effect. The last one was second brother Qi, who was also the most outstanding one in the whole competition. He didn't hit the tree, but released his sword into the air. After the sword flew out for a few feet, it could actually turn around in the air and come back by itself. Of course, it couldn't return to its original position. Second brother Qi had to hurry up and catch it. He released his sword all the way, chased, caught, and released his sword again. He was very happy running in the wide field. This kind of skill made the other teenagers cheer loudly and excited. Perhaps he was tired from running, or maybe he didn't have the strength to release his sword again. After releasing his sword 5 or 6 times, second brother Qi stood still, put his sword back at his elbow, stretched out his hand, and slightly raised his head. This posture had the demeanor of a master. The atmosphere was very warm. The other boys looked at second brother Qi with admiration in their eyes. He himself also enjoyed all this. What do you think? Although it was Qi who asked, the eyes of the 6 people were filled with anticipation. They had already completely accepted Lu Xiaoyi, so naturally, they hoped that he would be able to hold these abilities in high esteem. This was the sharing of good things between good friends, a quality that only people of their age could possess. Lu Xiaoyi curled his lips. I've already treated you to wine, and you're only showing me this. Isn't it just throwing a sword? I can do it too. Lu Xiaoyi's insensitivity attracted a lot of scolding. Although they knew that this might be a joke, they were eager to be recognized, especially by a scholarly family. Fatty Qian was still so impatient that he was the first one to jump out. Little Yi, how dare you look down on your brother's skills? Throwing a sword? Come. Here's your sword. Throw it for me to see. Fatty Qian impulsively stuffed his short sword into Lu Xiaoyi's hand. How could a cultivator's sword be easily put in the hands of others? But Fatty Qian and his gang obviously didn't have such awareness. Lu Xiaoyi weighed the short sword in his hand. Its shape was not much different from an ordinary sword, but there were some differences. The biggest difference was on the sword stem. The sword stem was commonly known as the sword hilt, which included the sword uppercut, sword clip, and sword case. Among the people, it was also known as the sword head, sword handle, and sword guard. Among ordinary swords, the head of a sword was used to balance the center of gravity and feel the user's hand. It came in many shapes, from flat cylinders to special shapes and materials. Those were the decorations of rich and powerful families. There were dragon heads, tiger heads, cloud patterns, etc. In terms of materials, clams, gold, silver, tortoiseshell, etc. The head of Fatty Qian's short sword was very inconspicuous. It was almost blended in with the hilt. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Obviously, it didn't have the function of balancing the body of the sword. There were a few wind patterns on the head of the sword, and 2 ancient characters were engraved, Heavenly Wind. The hilt was very ordinary. There were no decorations, and it was very short. An ordinary person's palm couldn't hold it. It was only about the width of 3 fingers. At first glance, one could tell that it wasn't something to be held in the hand for battle. The sword guard didn't exist at all. Originally, in an ordinary sword, the sword guard was a very important part. It was designed to prevent 2 swords from stabbing the hand holding the sword. In addition, it was also designed to prevent the hand holding the sword from slipping on the blade. The body of the sword was no different from an ordinary sword. There was nothing special about the sword ridge, the sword edge, and the sword edge. The whole sword was made of the same material. There was nothing added to it. In Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, it was just an ordinary miniature version of an iron sword. Of course, whether or not the iron sword was mixed with other rare materials was not something that he could tell at the moment. Under the threat of his companions, Lu Xiaoyi, who had said big words and looked down on the abilities of the mutants, was forced to a distance of 3 feet in front of the old locust tree. This was the maximum distance that the mutants could reach with their flying swords. Second brother Qi even asked Defy to allow him to take another step forward. This was so that he could try to achieve the same effect by throwing a sword. With everyone glaring at him, Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to carry out his big words. Let's make it clear first. I have never practiced sword throwing. If I hit the tree, it'll be my win. You guys have to obediently study with me. If it doesn't work, I'll learn the sword throwing technique from you guys. Lu Xiaoyi found a way out for himself. Everyone glared at him. Throw it. Throw it. Shameless boasting. You'll have a good time later. Lu Xiaoyi got into position, his hand holding the hilt of the sword. He gathered his strength in a bow and then shook his hand. The sword spun and flew out. It didn't hit the thick old locust tree, but directly hit the wall behind the tree, creating a small hole and falling to the ground. The fat on Fatty Qian's face trembled. Obviously, he was very distressed. The sword that he had spent so much effort to forge was thrown like a stone by this guy. He moved quickly and picked up the sword as soon as it fell to the ground. He looked at it carefully. Fortunately, it wasn't chipped. However, he hesitated. He didn't want to give his treasure to this wastrel anymore. Chia shouted, "Give it to him." Again. "Fatty, you're too stingy. Your Tianfeng and Tieju's Taihao mutual slash were fine. How can it be damaged by the mud wall? You don't have the bearing of a mutant at all. If you have the bearing, why don't you throw the green scale to him?" Fatty Qian felt miserable in his heart. He didn't dare to say anything. Several pairs of big eyes were staring at him. He could only blame himself for his impatience. Why was he the first one to jump out? Lu Xiaoyi caught Tianfeng. He didn't take it seriously, as if he couldn't sense Fatty Qian's resentment. He glanced at it and threw it at the old locust tree again. This time, it finally hit the big tree. The sword pierced through the tree and immediately bounced back. Other than a few leaves falling, there was no other effect. I don't like swords. Swords are lethal weapons. I'm a Confucian disciple. Fatty Qian immediately echoed, "That's right, that's right. There's no need to try, right? Us 7 brothers. 6 of us cultivate martial arts and 1 of us studies literature. That's just right. Why do we have to be the same? Just like that great pleasure gambling house. Other than the hired thugs, there should be a bookkeeper, right?" However, with Qi as the leader, they didn't agree. How could the pride of a cultivator be suppressed by a scholarly scholar? Thus, there was a third time. This time, Lu Xiaoyi didn't fool around anymore. He ran up a few steps and subconsciously made a javelin-throwing posture. Tianfeng was suddenly thrown. Its speed was even faster than a mutant's. The sword was also stable. With a thud, it pierced the bark of the old locust tree. This distance was the most stable time for an ordinary person like him. Even so, the seemingly sharp sword only pierced the bark. Because it couldn't bear the weight of the whole tree, it swayed a few times. In the end, it didn't stop and fell from the tree. Lu Xiaoyi walked closer to take a look. With his throw, the sword only pierced an inch into the tree. With his current ability, it was probably the limit. Unless he practiced every day in the future. Looking at the other sword marks on the tree, People like Fatty Chen and Madame Feng could drive their swords into 3 inches. The most powerful one, Chi could penetrate more than 5 inches. To be able to do this on the hard old locust tree was really not something an ordinary person could imagine. Lu Xiaoyi looked at them in a circle. Little Yi is sincerely convinced. Second brother, please pass down your secret technique and let me be proud. Chapter 11. P.S. Thank you for your support, recommendation, and collection. Sloth wants it all. I can't release too many chapters during the new book period. That's the rule. Otherwise, if the new book period ends early, I won't be able to make it onto the various rankings. But I promise that I'll release a lot of chapters after it's published. I won't go back on my word. Now, it's time to accumulate readers and popularity. I hope everyone will understand, support, and recommend it to your friends and family. Sloth will sing a big song for everyone. Little Liu's mutants were greatly satisfied after subduing Sour Bun. Under Chi'er's lead, everyone took a detour and arrived at Chi'er's bedroom. Chi'er mysteriously pulled out a metal box from under the couch. He opened it and took out a tightly wrapped satchel. He opened it layer by layer, revealing a bundle of brand new bamboo slips. Lu Xiaoyi was about to ask when he realized that everyone's expressions were very solemn, as if they were looking at a sacred object. This was not the time to joke. They had to respect other people's beliefs. Chi'er placed the bamboo slips on the desk and bowed respectfully with his friends. Even Lu Xiaoyi bowed a few times. After the simple ceremony was completed, Chi'er said in an uncharacteristically serious manner, "Little Yi, you joining us is not my idea alone. Everyone here has agreed. You have to understand that after reading this bamboo slip, little Liuyi will become little 7. You and I are brothers. We should be brothers." Lu Xiaoyi was a little confused. "There's no founder." Monkey Sun laughed. "No, but if you really want a founder, there are 6 here." Lu Xiaoyi continued, "Isn't it too simple?" Fatty Chen jumped out. "You think it's too simple? You can just set up a table at Chao Feng brothel tomorrow." Lu Xiaoyi was still not done. "Don't we need to swear a blood oath or something?" Chia was angry. "Sour Bun, stop dawdling. Are you going to read it or not? If not, I'll put it away." Lu Xiaoyi chuckled and went forward to open the bamboo slip. He was still talking non-stop. "This bamboo slip is so new. I think it's not more than 2 years old. Second brother, there's an ancient saying that a girl needs to be new while a book needs to be old. Where did you copy this? Is it reliable? Don't cultivate until you're paralyzed." Chi and the others were speechless. They realized that their new scholarly friend was really troublesome. He usually didn't like to talk, but once he opened his mouth, he could choke someone to death. The old saying was right. None of these enigmatic people were good. Lu Xiaoyi looked very carefully. He was a scholar who had studied for more than 10 years. Remembering these things was not a problem for him. Although he was not a prodigy, he was still above average. Of course, it was possible that the things recorded on this bamboo slip were relatively simple. Read it once, memorize it once, read it once more, and memorize it once more. Given how new this artifact was, it was unlikely that there would be a mechanism that would only reveal its true appearance after being soaked in water. After repeating it 3 times, not only had he memorized it clearly, he had also gained a rough understanding of its contents. He couldn't help but ask, what about the jade tablet fragment? According to the description on this bamboo slip, one needs a specific jade tablet to cultivate this incantation. Why are there only bamboo slips and no jade tablets here? Second brother, this is not right. You're only giving us food but not a spoon and chopsticks. How are we going to eat it? Second brother Chi was asked the key question. He said awkwardly, "Xiaoyi, it's not that I want to cheat you. Back then, I obtained this bamboo slip and jade tablet by chance. It was also because the elders in my family helped a Chi refinement warrior that I obtained it. The other children in my family were unwilling to cultivate this Tao of gods and demons as they were afraid that it would delay their important matters. That was why it was my turn. I used it a few times before I was considered to have a little entry level. At that time, You were not in the group of brothers. Therefore, they tried it one by one and it was considered to be interesting. Apart from the youngest, he was the last one. That jade tablet was directly broken and could no longer be used. Now that you've joined us, we only have bamboo slips and no jade tablets. There's nothing we can do. Perhaps you can see that we're probably just fooling around. We don't have a proper source of inheritance. Not to mention that you're late, even we haven't made any progress since we entered the sect. To say that we're mutants is just putting on a facade. We're just fooling around. Actually, everyone knows that this is not a proper future. Taiju will be helping the family look after the shop next month. Fatty will be doing business. Everyone has their own plans, even me. Who knows, I might have to leave PU City in the middle of the year. You're a scholar and have a bright future ahead of you. You don't have to place too much importance on this. You can play around, but you can't be obsessed. Otherwise, if old mistress blames you, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. How would I not know? Everyone has their own fate. How can we force it? Could it be that without cultivation, we are no longer friends? At night, as usual, he extinguished the lights and pondered in the dark. The trip to the Qi family was both unexpected and within his conjecture. In cultivation, it was easier to see a mountain than to climb it. He always felt that it was right in front of him, but he could not get close no matter how hard he tried. Based on his experiences in the past few months, including his contact with Qi and his gang, his own inquiries, and his search in various books, he roughly understood what level of world he was in. When a country's power in the mortal world overpowered the mystery, it could only mean one thing. This was not a world where cultivation flourished. It was not strong enough, not popular enough, and not at a high level. If it was the original Lu Xiaoyi, he would have given up by now. However, he would not do so now. Even if it was a low-level cultivation world, it was still filled with countless possibilities. Even if he could not live forever, he could at least live for a few more decades, right? He didn't have too many extravagant demands. He had transmigrated from an ordinary person who had done nothing, a loser who had achieved nothing, to this world where there was something to think about. Wouldn't he be allowed to think about it a little more? He had to think more about it because he, a transmigrator, was so unbearable. No matter where other people transmigrated to, they would at least know who they were. However, his tragedy was that he could remember everything from his previous life, but he could not remember who he was in his previous life. What was his name? What was his occupation? His family situation? Did he have a wife or children? It was like a mass of nothingness, but he clearly remembered the world of his previous life, including some life experiences. He believed that this world had mysteries, not only from the memories he received, but more importantly, he saw something that did not belong to the mortal world in the sunfield of Chia's family. He was not too sure if the martial arts of the mortal world could do this. In any case, the few old soldiers in his family were said to be the strongest in the army when they were young. They were strong in martial arts, but after a few decades, they still could not send out a sword so easily, and even shoot it so deep into a tree. If they practiced for a long time, they might be able to do it with the strength of their muscles, but that required a very large range of body movements. This world seemed to have no such thing as internal energy. With the temperament of Fatty Qian and the others, of course, it was impossible for them to work hard for a long time. Therefore, there was a trick to it. There was some kind of mysterious existence, but he still could not get started. Without a reliable guide, everything was illusory. Imagining things out of thin air was of no help at all. He had a headache. He was unwilling to follow the original path of Lu Xiaoyi's life in this world. His family background was not bad, and this world could be considered peaceful. He could marry a wife, have a few concubines, have enough family wealth, have a few children, and take good care of the elderly. He was not willing to live an ordinary life like this. This was not a great ambition, just a little vision after eating and drinking to his heart's content. If he came into a poor body, he would definitely not consider this. Humans were always greedy. When they were not full, they would think about how to fill their stomachs. When they were full, they would think about how to eat well, to have status, to have women, to have power. He just wanted a little longevity, to live a few more years. Was it too much? Chapter 12. He had a motive for getting close to Chi-Er's group. He admitted that whether it was his original consciousness or his current consciousness, he didn't really treat this group of people as friends. However, after seeing that so-called secret scroll from Chi-Er's family, he began to accept them. They were also a group of ignorant, curious, and fantasizing young people about the future. Even though they knew that their so-called cultivation was nothing more than the willfulness of their youth, they still cherished this period of time because time passed quickly and was gone forever. Who wouldn't be frivolous for a period of time when they were young? At least, they could have a good memory. After returning, he recorded the contents of that bamboo scroll without missing a single word. A good memory was not as good as a lousy pen. After reading it many times, he finally had a basic understanding of it. This was a method to cultivate by borrowing an object. The object was the jade tablet described in the scroll, and the entire method was so simple that it didn't even have a name. This made him unable to use it to try cultivating. He couldn't determine if the cultivation in this world was all done by borrowing an object. Or was this method just a branch of it? If there was no jade tablet, could he still use the bamboo scroll to achieve the goal of cultivation? He leaned towards the possibility that he couldn't. The bamboo scroll was full of instructions on how to obtain the mysterious power from the jade tablet. This showed that this was a directional and very limited method. It definitely wasn't the entire cultivation method. The fact that Chi-Er's family could easily obtain it when they were out doing business also seemed to prove the value of this item. He didn't have to start with the best and most valuable method, but at the very least, he should start with the most basic and safest method. He didn't want to end up making himself look neither fish nor fowl just because he was in a hurry for success. Although his previous life was vague, his impression of him was that he was just a small character. The biggest characteristic of small characters was that they didn't seek merit, but sought not to make mistakes. It was already impossible to obtain the cultivation method from Chi-Er. Even if he had the chance to find something similar to the jade tablet, he didn't know if the method on the bamboo scroll was compatible with the object. The reason why he had this concern was because Chi-Er's group of 6 were all using sword. Everyone had their own hobbies, and it was impossible for them to be exactly the same. If there were people who liked swords, then there must be people who liked other things, such as knives, hammers, spears, shields, and so on. Since everyone used short swords, it could only mean that this was the restriction of the bamboo slips and artifacts. He was still not sure which one it was. For a newly arrived soul consciousness, he was unfamiliar with cold weapons and had an innate fear of them. This might have something to do with the specific situation of his world. In that era, cold weapons had long since retired from the stage of history and became something that was forbidden. He was very clear that he did not have the right to be picky. No matter what he cultivated, as long as it was authentic and did not have any side effects, he was willing to accept it. This was also the plasticity of a small person. The hardships of life had long taught him not to be picky. The bamboo slips involved many areas of the human body's meridians and acupoints. These things were not unfamiliar to Lu Xiaoyi's original consciousness, but as a dove that had taken over a magpie's nest, he still needed to learn and consolidate. It was completely conceivable that if he really stepped onto the path of cultivation in the future, this basic knowledge of the human body would be useful to him. He was not in a hurry. Although he did not know what this world was like, he was very clear about his current situation. He was a standard riceworm waiting to die. He liked this kind of life. Struggle. A little was fine, but there was no need to work too hard. This was the standard riceworm's mentality. Now, the only cultivation method left was the Baiyun Taoist temple in the suburbs. The Ping'an Association would send servants there every now and then to take a look. They even asked the Taoist children in the temple to send a message to Lu province as soon as there was news of the Taoists' return. However, this was not very reliable. The Taoists' whereabouts were uncertain, and even if he came back, would he be willing to sincerely teach? Did he have real skills? These were all very difficult things to say. Little Yi, What have you been reading these days? I see that you haven't left the manor these days. Actually, when you have friends, it's good to go out and walk around more, to relax and get some fresh air. In the end, training in the manor and going out to find friends are two different things. Lu Xiaoyi was a filial son. Every day, other than going out of the province in the morning and evening, he often came to his mother's residence to chat. Although he usually came with ears, he rarely spoke. This habit had been inherited by the new consciousness, not only because of the need for ritual etiquette, but also because the old woman was very different from the rest and open-minded. Filial piety was something that was spoken of, but it was also reflected in action. For the current Lu Xiaoyi, he hoped that he could turn his initial response into something that came from the heart. She was a very impressive old woman. Just like now, although he still did not speak much, he took the initiative to replace the servant girl, standing behind his mother and gently patting her back. The original Lu Xiaoyi naturally did not understand these techniques, but the new consciousness had some experience. It was not the experience of operating them, but the experience of being operated in the bathhouse in his previous life. After experiencing so much, he naturally understood a little. It was not something that was very profound. Mother, I've only read some miscellaneous books, mainly mysterious and mysterious. These days, I've been interested in cultivation, so I've read more in this area. Lu Xiaoyi did not hide anything. It was not like it was something that could not be seen, so why would he hide it? Although Lu province was big, what could escape his mother's attention? Cultivation was not an evil cult, and it was best for the people of Defy, especially for a shrewd old woman like his mother. Cultivation? Isn't little Yi with the second son of the Qi family? Why, didn't they teach you their cultivation methods? I saw that those little fellows were very normal after learning their cultivation methods. I think those methods are harmless. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This mother of his was very scheming. For her son, she seemed to have put in a lot of effort into the second son of the Qi family, but she was afraid of harming him. Although this kind of maternal love was not mentioned, he was much more sensible than the original soul. They did. How could they not? However, their cultivation methods are flawed and require the help of external objects. Unfortunately, those external objects have been used up and destroyed, so there is no other way. I can't find a way, so I want to see what I can learn from the books, or from the White Cloud Monastery. Lu Yarosha laughed. What ability does the White Cloud Monastery have? Those are just rumors and cannot be fully believed. Moreover, this person's whereabouts are uncertain, and there is no constant. But I see that little Yi is not worried. A young man's temperament was like the wind and fire. If there was something that he liked, he would definitely get it. If he could not get it, he would have 100 claws scratching at his heart. However, a young man's temperament came and went quickly. After a period of time, it would naturally pass. The things that he liked so much would become ordinary. Lu Yaosha's attitude towards her son's desire to cultivate was based on this philosophy. Even if she did not wish for it to be so, she would not forcefully interfere. Instead, she would let him pass for a period of time. When the time came, there would be no need to persuade him, and he would naturally disappear. Chapter 13. Lu Xiaoyi changed his technique and beat more intensively. In this era, the housewives of the Shen household were rarely willing to exercise. Without this awareness, he still couldn't make his mother listen to his advice. However, it was still good to relax her muscles and promote blood circulation at appropriate times. Training is just a hobby. It is not everything. To me, there are many things more important than this. For example, supporting the elders, maintaining the livelihood of Lu province, getting a scholarly record. Scholarly record was a title similar to the ancient scholars in his previous life. It was a recognition for scholars, and could give them a certain social status. Of course, to become an official, one had to pass the examinations. Lu Yarosha did not want him to follow in her husband's footsteps, so she did not ask for this. However, Lu Xiaoyi knew that a scholarly record was something his mother wanted to see. In the past, Lu Xiaoyi was a little stubborn. He knew what his mother wanted, but he was unwilling to take the examination for that title. However, His soul had been baptized by countless certificates in his previous life, so he had no psychological pressure. Lu Yarosha was pleased to hear this. Her eyes curved into crescents. Her son was getting better at talking. She had automatically extinguished her desire to find the source of this change. In this world, there was a lie that was 100% accurate. That was a son with an ulterior motive, or a mother who loved and spoiled him. Good. I am relieved that little Yi can put his training in the right place. However, you seem to have forgotten one very important thing in the list of important matters before cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi was stunned. What did I forget? There is something more important. The old lady turned around and tapped his forehead with her finger. Are you playing dumb with me? There are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no children is the worse. Little Yi will be 18 in the new year. At this age, many young masters even have children. Do you dare say you don't know? Lu Xiaoyi was embarrassed. Mother, I am still young. Isn't it too early to talk about this? The old madam reprimanded. What little? Let's talk about your friends. The second son of the Qi family has a child, right? Wang Taizhu, Fatty Qian has already been married for more than a year, and the others have already been engaged. You're the only one who fooled around with others, but you don't know that they all have families. Auntie Cai interrupted from the side. Little husband, you don't know, but the Qi family's second son already has 2 children. The Qian family's Fatty's wife is also pregnant. How much older can they be compared to little husband? It's only been a year. Lu Xiaoyi was unable to withstand the attacks of the 2 elders, so he used his ultimate move, great silence. However, in the eyes of the 2 old women who had given birth to and raised him, this trick was not enough. Auntie Cai Huan leisurely said, Your mother and I have been preparing for you for a long time, and now we finally have some progress. The Lin family in the east of the city has been scholarly for generations. Although their father is only a small county magistrate, our Lu province is not the same as before. The youngest daughter of the Lin family's first wife is called Jarine. She is 15 years old and is just right for you. She is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her temperament is gentle, and her appearance is unparalleled. If she can marry into our family and be compatible with your poetry, wouldn't that be wonderful? Lu Xiaoyi could no longer hold back. 15 years old? I'm afraid she is still underage, right? How can this be? Lu Yarosha made the final decision. Why not? According to the law of the night, a woman can marry and follow her husband when she is 15 years old. If you think she is too young, you can settle down this year and get married next year. There are very few scholars in the vicinity of Pu City. It is not easy to find such an outstanding one, and there are countless pairs of eyes watching. If you don't make a move early, when she is a little older, who knows which family she will be married to as a young mistress? Xiaoyi, our Lu family's reputation is not as good as it used to be. We can't be willful anymore. This matter is settled. Don't think that the woman is only looking forward to marrying you. There are many suitors, and among them, there is no lack of rich and powerful families in Pu City. You don't have any advantage among them. You're relying on your father's reputation when he was alive to support you. 3 days later, there will be a spring festival at the Little Night Lake. There will be countless talents and beauties from Pu City participating, including Miss Lin Jarine. This can also be considered as a test. If you perform well at the spring festival and leave a good impression on Miss Lin, then it will be much more convenient for me and your Aunt Caihuan to ask for her hand in marriage in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Lu residents will lose face. You are asking for it. What does embarrassing have to do with me? He thought in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He was submissive and resentful. Before he returned to his courtyard, he had already forgotten about the blind date. It wasn't that he was careless, but that he had rich practical experience. Wasn't it just a blind date? In his previous life, he had a lot of experience in this field. He had no experience of success, but countless experiences of failure. He wouldn't refuse to find someone to warm his bed, but he would very much reject someone who tied him down. He hadn't had enough fun under the free sky. He hadn't even been to Turbid House, so why put a label on himself so early? Lu Xiaoyi had been very busy recently. He was mainly busy collecting all kinds of books about cultivation, legends, geography, and historical records. These couldn't really help him understand cultivation, but they could help him understand this world. Since the Lu residence was a scholarly family, the number of books in the Lu residence was extraordinary. Considering Lu Sima's status back then, it was hard to say how much wealth he had accumulated. However, the number of books in the Lu residence could be counted among the best in the entire province, let alone in Pu City. In the past, Lu Xiaoyi was only interested in poetry, literature, and historical records. He didn't dabble in other miscellaneous books. However, now that his soul had changed, it was a good thing that his interests were reversed. Instead, he liked these books that were completely casual in the eyes of serious scholars. There were 2 large libraries in the Lu residence. One was the library that the original soul liked. It was filled with things that the so-called noble literati liked. The other was the wild library, filled with countless unofficial biographies. What he was doing now was to sort out these things in the wild library. Then, he would use his super reading ability that he had trained in his previous life to look through them and find what he needed from them. No matter where he went, no matter what he faced, knowledge would always be the most useful foundation. Although he didn't do well in his previous life, it was more about his character than his ability. He had a plan for his life. Cultivation was an important direction. It wasn't to save the world, but to live for a few more years. After a year and a half, his physical training would reach a certain level, his daily one-man show with old Jun would improve, and he would pass the Wenzhuan exam. He planned to leave Pu City and explore this world. However, the prerequisite was that he had the title of Wenzhuan. This was not only to comfort his mother, but also an effective protective talisman when he went out. In this world, ordinary people still faced countless troubles when they went out. After coming to this world for 3 to 4 months, the effects of his physical training were obvious. After all, a 17-year-old body's recovery ability was very strong. There was also no problem with his nutrition. It was just that he was a little weak because he sat for a long time and didn't move much. Now, his body was no different from that of a normal teenager. With the guidance of a few old Jun, he thought that in another year, he would have the ability to protect himself when faced with a small thief. The only problem was his mother. How could he convince her to let him go? There was no way to plan this kind of thing. He could only take one step at a time and hope that there would be a better chance. Chapter 14. In the past few days, Qi and his gang did not come to find him. His mother was right. He was considered a person with a family, so it was impossible for him to wander around outside all day. In this world, poor young men who came out at the age of 15 or 16 to make a living were everywhere. For 17 or 18 years old like him, even if his family was rich, it was impossible for him to really indulge himself. Dandy would always be the minority. On the morning of the 3rd day, after exercising and eating breakfast, he was preparing to go to his mother's place to pay his respects and then start a busy day. However, he did not expect Aunt Caihuan to lead a few maids and women from the inner courtyard to rush in and surround him. Looking at the various clothes, shoes, hats, jade ornaments, and powder in their hands, he immediately understood their intentions. He secretly complained about his carelessness and hurriedly called for Ping and go and greet Qi. Tell him that I'm in trouble today and need the help of my brothers. Tell them to wait for me at the Lake Outing Spring Festival. Auntie Caihuan laughed at the side. This is not a fight. Everyone here is a cultured person, and they are doing elegant things. Why do you have to call your scoundrel friends over? Little husband, are you feeling guilty? Are you embarrassed? Lu Xiaoyi laughed awkwardly. He really had nothing to be embarrassed about. He was not a virgin when it came to matters between men and women. Although he did not marry in his previous life, he had many playmates. Some spent money, and some did not. Therefore, when he came to this world, he was not in a hurry to ask for such things. In fact, in the first 3 or 4 months, Aunt Saihuan had hinted several times that the rough servant girls in his room could actually be used. This was also the rule of a big house. It couldn't be that they had reached the age of marriage and still didn't know anything, right? It was precisely because their appearances and figures were very ordinary that they were arranged to be in his room. Even if they were used, there would not be any repercussions. Before marriage, they would be given more money to settle the matter. Large households basically used this method in the process of the male offspring growing up. There were also male elders in the family who brought their children to the turbid hall to fool around. It was not out of line, but to train the children's basic willpower to not be tempted. Only in this way would they dare to let them handle the family affairs in the future. Otherwise, if a vixen seduced them and did something big that damaged the family, it would be troublesome. The more he saw, the lighter it became. However, these were all methods used by businessmen. They were not suitable for Lu province. After all, a scholarly family had to care about their reputation. Most importantly, Lu province did not have an adult male owner. There was no suitable elder to guide Lu Xiaoyi, and it wasn't appropriate for women like them to say these things out loud. Previously, Lu Xiaoyi was a blockhead, and now, Lu Xiaoyi was a sly old fox. I just showered last night. Lu Xiaoyi struggled weakly. Aunt Cai Huan refused to budge. Wash it again. You call that a bath? Don't think that I don't know. Even after washing, the leftover soup can be used to make porridge. Look at you now, the sweat on your body can be smelled from afar. People won't think that you're the young master of the Lu family, they'll think that you're an early riser working outside. Today's water needs to be spiced and petal. My family's young master needs to dress up nicely so that the young lady won't hate him. Under the giggling of a few maids in the inner courtyard, Lu Xiaoyi finally finished bathing. Originally, he didn't have such thoughts. He woke up early in the morning, but was washed by a few maids until he was full of anger. What made him angrier was his clothes. Usually, he didn't care about what he wore. The two female elders in the residence did not ask him to dress up. Instead, they were proud of his frugality and indifference. However, this was not the case. When it came to an occasion like Lu Province, which was considered the top family in the Kingdom of Darkness, how could a group of country bumpkins in Pu City compare to them? Aunt Cai Huan was even more outstanding. She was someone who once served the old master in the palace. He was dressed in a pure lake green scholar's robe, noble and simple. A pure white ribbon was tied around his waist with a delicate rui knot. He was wearing a pair of black boots with 1,000 layers of ragged soles. His hair was tied up with a simple scholar's cloth and an ancient jade hairpin. His hair was draped over his shoulders, making him look dashing and unruly. He was not married, nor was he an adult, so his hair did not need to be tied up. His entire body was just a decoration. The ancient jade tied to his waist was also green. The jade was of the highest quality, but the pattern was simple, which matched his scholar's robe perfectly. As expected of a fashion expert's eyesight. This was not a pile of wealth. While the rich in Pu City were still competing to see whose family's warehouse was more well-stocked, Aunt Cai Huan had already broken away from this level of vulgarity. She turned around in satisfaction and looked at him again and again. Only then did Aunt Cai Huan snort. The Li family's third son is also at the Lake Outing Spring Festival. He also wants to eat swan meat, but how can he compare to my family's Xiao Yi? I don't even need to think to know that that kid must be dressed in gold and jade. He's unbearably vulgar. Don't worry, Xiao Yi. That young lady from the Lin family is a scholar. How can she not distinguish between good and bad, beautiful and ugly? With Xiao Yi's simple dafa, that so-called son of the richest man in the Li family is just a gold and jade peddler in front of you. You don't even need to open your mouth to suppress him. Lu Xiaoyi did not have any temper in front of this aunt. This was because they had grown up together. In terms of time, they had spent together even longer than his mother, because his mother had to spend most of her time on how to maintain the operations of Lu Province. Aunt Cai Huan, why do I feel that this smell is a little too fragrant? It's making me dizzy. With such a strong fragrance, won't it make people feel that it's too feminine? As a mature soul, He had never used cologne in his previous life. In this life, he had also never dressed up so meticulously. He really could not accept this smell. This was not the reason for the fragrance and the stench. Aunt Cai Huan glared at him. What feminine? You're only saying this because you haven't been to this kind of occasion often enough. Aunt dares to bet that among the young masters going today, you're the only one who smells this little bit. That Li family's third son, he can't wait to pour a bottle on himself and drink a bottle in his mouth. Even his mouth is full of fragrance. Lu Xiaoyi sighed again. I hope he didn't eat mutton and onions last night. Lu Xiaoyi and his group began to walk out under the escort of a group of servant girls. Aunt Cai Huan, who was at the side, was constantly reminding them. Your mother said that there's no need to go pay respects today. You've already spent more than half an hour dressing up. The lake party should have already begun, right? Let me tell you, Xiao Yi. In this kind of situation, going too early or too late is very particular. If it's too early, it'll make you seem impatient, and our Lu province will not lose face. If it's too late, it'll be disrespectful, and our scholarly family won't do it. When you see young ladies, you don't need to deliberately show off. Someone like you, Xiao Yi, just need to stand there, and you'll naturally stand out. Don't talk too much. Young ladies generally don't like people who talk too much. That'll make them seem frivolous. But you also can't be as silent as you usually are. You have to focus on the main points. You have to be steady. Don't laugh casually, and don't keep a straight face. Lu Xiaoyi was exhausted under Aunt Cai Huan's bombardment. He was just going to participate in a lake party, not to take an exam. Was there a need to be so serious? Finally, he walked out of the main door. Accompanied by Ping An and an old soldier, he galloped away. Behind him, Aunt Cai Huan's voice could be heard. Xiao Yi, don't eat anything. Chapter 15. The addition of an old soldier was not to guard against anyone, but it was a rule passed down from Lu province. In the past, whenever Major Lu went out, there would be an old soldier accompanying him, especially for gatherings with many people. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoyi did not need to accompany Qi and the rest because Qi and the rest had considerable martial strength. Although they could not be compared to real cultivators, they still had an advantage in front of ordinary people. Ping-an, have you informed the things I asked you to do? Ping-an stammered, I've informed them, but the second son of the Qi family is not at home. Wang Taizhu went to the countryside to collect rent. Fatty Qian is bedridden due to typhoid. Monkey Sun is grounded by his father for having an affair with a widow next door. Madame Feng accompanied her fiancé cousin to the reclining Buddha temple to burn incense. The youngest son of the Han family is burdened with gambling debts and doesn't dare to go out for a while. These were the so-called mutants. How strange. Life was always so helpless, even for a teenager who had not fully taken responsibility. Actually, there's only one reason. They all have wives. The well-fed don't know the suffering of the starving. If they're all single, there's no need to rush them. They'll all come earlier than anyone else. Lu Xiaoyi said resentfully. Which young people who came to a place like the Lake Spring Festival were not the sons and daughters of reputable families in Pu City? It was not a place to flirt casually. Pu City was not big and everyone knew each other well. What was the meaning of coming to this place when you already had a wife or were engaged? This was the fundamental reason why Qi and the rest were unwilling to come. There was no benefit at all and they were destined to not gain anything. If they had the time, they might as well go to the Chaofeng brothel and live a carefree life instead of putting on a fake face here. With no other choice, Lu Xiaoyi and the other two rode their horses all the way and soon arrived at the entrance of the garden party. In fact, the location of the Lu mansion was not far from the little night lake, so they could walk leisurely. However, they were the children of a noble family, so they had to control the scene and have a sense of ceremony. Moreover, for a spring party like this, all kinds of arrangements were very complete, including food, wine, musicians, servants, and so on. The expenses were not small, and every participating young master and young lady had to pledge at the entrance, and the amount was uncertain. You came in from the little night lake through other paths. Were you trying to escape your ticket? They had no choice but to lose face. Master and servant, 3 people dismounted from their horses at the entrance of the lake. Ping An will take care of the donation. There was no need for the master to worry about it. At the entrance, there were a lot of people. There were precious horses, fragrant carriages, and a stream of people weaving in and out. Most of them were elegant and distinguished young masters, and their eyes were filled with gorgeously dressed beauties. Between the red and green, there was a subtle fragrance floating, and when one inhaled, it was intoxicating. Once Lu Xiaoyi got off the horse, he immediately became the focus of everyone. Aunt Caihong, who once had a place in the fashion industry of the Country of Darkness, had an extraordinary foresight. Although almost 20 years had passed, her foresight was still there. Compared to the country bumpkins in Pu City who still thought that bright colors were beautiful and that gold and jade were dazzling, the difference was obvious. In addition, Lu Xiaoyi was an outstanding person. He was handsome and sunny. After months of training, although he was not strong, his body was straight like a pine tree. Naturally, the aura of a fine young master spread out. Wealth could be produced in one generation, but temperament needed several generations to accumulate. In this regard, Lu Province was unique in Pu City. The surrounding people were basically all young people, and there were very few elders participating. Countless gazes were directed at them, and there were basically 2 kinds of gazes. The male guests were envious and disdainful, while the female guests were constantly staring at them. Lu Xiaoyi controlled his irritation and tried to make himself look natural. The situation was a little beyond his expectations. Aunt Caihong's taste was recognized, but he was the one who felt uncomfortable. How was this a spring outing? It was simply an annual blind date for Pu City's upper class. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. This was not what he wanted. In order to live a low-key life, he had not completely gained a foothold in this world. In his heart, Lu Province's position was very unreliable. It was full of uncertainty to rely on the reputation of his late father from 20 years ago to survive. Now, everyone's respect for Lu Province was just a continuation of the fixed mindset. No one had the motivation to break this balance, but if someone really did break it, could they count on Pu City's upper class to help them? Impossible. Being the target of public criticism like he was now was a kind of hidden danger. When people started to envy and hate him behind his back, it would be the beginning of a disaster. There were only 2 ways to get out of this dangerous situation. The first was to cultivate, and the second was to become an official. Unfortunately, he had neither at the moment. The spring sun was very hot, making Lu Xiaoyi feel as if he was in summer. It was as if he was about to melt. It was not just the heat that was evaporating his body, but also the smell. It was nothing for one person to use incense, but if a group of people were to use incense and combine it with their own body odors, there would be fragrances and smells. They would release the air to expel last night's meal, which included meat and vegetables. The unique fishy smell of the lake would waft over. He did not know how others felt about such a hodgepodge, but to him, the soul of 2 lifetimes, he could not bear this kind of torture. Hence, he quickened his pace and walked inside, wanting to find a relatively quiet place. The commotion at the entrance had nothing to do with him. He did not know these people, and he did not need to know them. He always believed that his future would not be in Pu City for long. When he walked into the pavilions of Little Night Lake, a gentle breeze blew over. The irritating smell in his nose and the irritation in his heart were finally blown away. It was still very crowded, because the so-called Lake Tour Spring Festival was not a traditional decorated boat. Little Night Lake was not big, and its circumference was only a few miles. It was just a slightly bigger pond. Usually, there were no boats on the lake, so there was no need to use them. The beauty of this place was that there were pavilions connected by long corridors on the lake. There were big and small pavilions, and there were gatherings and dispersal. The small ones only allowed a few people to sit together and chat, while the big ones could gather dozens of people to drink and have fun. The main venue of the Lake Tour Spring Festival was the Pavilion of the Four Seasons, the Pavilion of Spring Rain, the Pavilion of Summer Lotus, the Pavilion of Autumn Breeze, and the Pavilion of Warm Winter. These 4 big pavilions were the places where handsome men and beautiful women would talk and get to know each other. As for how to differentiate them, of course, there were unfathomable unspoken rules. Generally speaking, this was a scene where the women were the main guests. There were young ladies and young daughters-in-law from rich and powerful families, and there were also a very small number of concubines who were the legal wives. Each of them lived in different pavilions. Based on their family's wealth, their husband's status, relatives and estrangement, merchants, landlords, officials, and so on, they formed 4 big circles. To them, once they settled down in the 4 Seasons pavilion, they would not leave easily. The ones swimming around were the male guests. If you took a fancy to a young lady and wanted to propose marriage, you would go to that pavilion. After that, you would have to rely on your own abilities. Whether it was a poem or a beautiful essay, whether it was a witty speech or a silent speech, in short, even if you had to act like a clown, it was fine as long as you could win the girl's appreciation. Chapter 16. This world was still dominated by men, but the status of women was not low. In some aspects, they even had the right to speak, especially when it came to marriage. Their attitude was very important, and they were not completely at the mercy of their parents or matchmakers. Basically, for a marriage to succeed, other than the fact that both families were of equal social status and both families were willing, it also depended on the woman's impression of the suitor. There were not many opportunities like this, and the Spring Festival at Xiaoya Lake was the most famous matchmaking venue in Pu City. Young people of the right age flocked to it. After all, no man would want to marry an ugly woman, and no young girl would want to marry a poor dwarf. On the winding corridor that connected the pavilions, there was an endless stream of male guests hurrying past. Most of them had clear goals. Even if it was a matchmaking, it could not be completely based on their own intentions. Otherwise, if a young master from a landlord family took a fancy to a young lady from an influential family, the chances of success would be very slim. What if they met the eyes of their enemies? Among the male guests, there were many who had been here many times. If they did not find a suitable candidate the year before, or did not find one last year, they would come again this year to try their luck. Moreover, most of them had more than one goal. Everyone in Pu City had a list of all the young ladies who had matured and were ready to get married. They were all like lice on a bald head. It was obvious that the matchmakers had already asked around. After all, these were living people who had been raised for more than 10 years. It was impossible for them to be hidden in the cellar like a white radish. According to their own conditions, they would look at the woman's conditions and consider other things. For example, whether the land of the 2 landlord families could be connected, whether the 2 businessmen could work together to monopolize, whether the 2 officials could control the government, and so on. The balance was quite delicate. Of course, there were those who crossed the border, but they were in the minority. Relatively speaking, Lu Province was the most simple-minded among them. It was just to get a wife and have a few children so that the 2 old ladies in the residence could have some fun. Lu Xiaoyi had already grown up and was no longer fun to play with. From the beginning of breakfast until now, Lu Xiaoyi had been tormented for 3.5 hours. When his sense of smell finally returned to normal, he felt waves of hunger again. At the age of 17 or 18, it was the time when one's appetite was strong. The 2 hours of intense exercise that he woke up every morning had already consumed all the food he had from breakfast. The food is all in the 4 big pavilions. Is there anything else? Ping'an had to remind him, yes, it's all in the 4 big pavilions. However, young master, before we left, Aunt Saihong said that you are not to eat casually. It will damage your image, so you have to be more reserved. Lu Xiaoyi did not think much of it. Wasn't this scene in front of him the cold dinner party from his previous life? Everyone was eating, drinking, and chatting while holding their plates. Do you think you can be elegant without eating? I've already paid, of course. Not only I'll eat, you all have to eat. You to eat 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 the expensive ones. We can't come here for nothing and make a loss. Lu Xiaoyi's current thinking came from the simple thinking of his previous life. This was the first principle of eating buffet. It was the highest realm of the poor. Only eat the expensive ones. Not the right ones. He randomly picked a direction and was about to take a step forward, but Ping pulled him back neatly. Young master, your target is not the warm winter pavilion, but the spring rain pavilion. Lu Xiaoyi was stubborn. As you said, it's not elegant to eat in front of a beauty. Then I'll go to the warm winter pavilion to fill my stomach before going to the spring rain pavilion to meet the young lady. Isn't that nice? Ping'an's attendant was a little confused. His young master wasn't like this in the past. He was gentle, and quiet. He listened to his mistress's arrangements and never doubted them. Other than being a little taciturn, everything else was good. He belonged to the type of master that the servants were most willing to serve. However, ever since he hooked up with Qi and his gang, his entire person changed. He became more independent and spoke very sarcastically. Of course, he didn't know that his young master's change had nothing to do with Qi and his gang. This was the standard of a poor man from a certain time and space. He was wilted, vicious, and malicious. He was now having a hard time serving him. It was far from being as nourishing as before. Looking at old Jun beside him, he had a completely indifferent attitude. It was as if no matter what happened, it had nothing to do with him. Lu Xiaoyi strode into the warm winter pavilion with his head held high. There were already dozens of people in the pavilion, chatting and laughing. The womenfolk usually sat by the railings, surrounded by maids. Firstly, it was to serve them, and secondly, it was to block the lecherous eyes of the lechers. Only when they met someone they liked would they slightly move the round fan covering their face. Their own maids would open up a gap. They cooperated very well with each other. When Lu Xiaoyi, who stood out from the crowd, came in, he immediately attracted the amorous glances of the womenfolk and the hostile gazes of the male guests. A group of mongrels was showing off their talents and knowledge, but a mighty black back just had to sneak in. How could the mongrels endure this? Lu Xiaoyi didn't act pretentiously and was completely himself. Anyway, he didn't want the blind date to be a success, so naturally, he acted as he pleased. He also despised them in his heart. They had obviously come to this place for a blind date, but they still had to put on an act. They used the round fan to cover their faces and maids to block their bodies, as if they would lose a piece of meat if they looked at them. Was there a need for that? If you don't want people to look, then don't come. Hypocrite. When poor people eat buffet, the first step must be to investigate the environment. They must have a good idea of the dishes, and not rush to take them. After walking in a circle, the dozen or so round fans were removed and the dozens of servant girls stepped forward. They saw the handsome young man openly pick up a large porcelain plate and begin to dig into the dazzling array of food. He didn't touch the vegetables and fruits, and didn't touch the pastries and desserts. He only picked up the scallops and meat. He picked a small piece of each delicacy and smiled at the scholars and beauties. He found an empty space and started to eat in a refined manner. This was called tasting. Under the same value, of course, one would choose something that suited one's taste. Taste was something that couldn't be seen on the surface. It looked good, but it would be terrible if one ate it in front of everyone. Should one throw it away or not? If one threw it away, it would be a waste of gossip. Even if one threw it away at home, one couldn't do it in front of others. If one didn't throw it away, it would be a waste of food. Originally, when Lu Xiaoyi came in, these people were still in high spirits. However, when this handsome young man came in, the elegant couplet was ruined. In the end, the young ladies and young wives were more interested in watching this young man eat than listening to their couplet. This made the group of suitors very bored. However, there were some who were quick-witted. They thought that the young ladies liked to see people's true temperaments. Since everyone was hungry, why couldn't they eat if he ate? However, people were different from each other when it came to eating. Lu Province's elegant eating manners were cultivated under the strict supervision of Aunt Caihong. How could an ordinary person learn it immediately? If one ate slowly, it would appear pretentious. If one ate quickly, it would appear vulgar. However, it wasn't like Lu Xiaoyi. His small mouth moved quickly, and his palate and tongue squeezed together. He chewed without showing his teeth and swallowed without swelling his throat. Accompanied by a cup of water, he poured food and water. The rhythm was full of rhythm, as if he was in tune with nature. From time to time, he would raise his cup left and right, often looking around with a smile. Occasionally, his brows would slightly wrinkle, as if he was choking. He would frequently nod his head to show his approval of the food. How was this eating and chewing meat? It was a completely rhythmic silent speech. It made people want to try it even if they weren't hungry themselves. The chopsticks never left his hand, and the plate never left his hand. With a smile, the braised meat turned into ashes. Chapter 17. Once the meal was over, there was no stain on his lips, and he wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief. He stood up and placed the plates in the bamboo basket. Then, he walked to the entrance of the pavilion, turned around, and floated away. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word. It was as if the only use of his mouth was to stuff food into his mouth. The entire meal took less than 15 minutes. It was a very short time, but those who paid attention noticed that a considerable portion of the most expensive dishes had disappeared. It was a pity that there were so many people eating now. They didn't know if it was someone else who had taken it, or the seemingly refined but actually gluttonous young man. After the young man disappeared into the winding corridor, the warm winter pavilion began to slowly regain its vitality. After the young man left, a few people who wanted to learn how to satisfy their appetite felt a little embarrassed. They didn't have good table manners, nor did they have thick skin. They were particularly eye-catching among the dozens of young ladies, madams, and male guests who came with them. When there were dozens of people watching, it was difficult for ordinary people to eat with satisfaction. None of them had the rich experience and mental fortitude of a certain person who could eat with a clear conscience under the watchful eyes of the lady boss in the buffet restaurant. Therefore, the more they ate, the more nervous they became. The more nervous they were, the more ashamed they became. Which family's young man is he? This kind of talent is unrestrained and unrestrained. He probably came in a hurry this morning and didn't eat, right? Of course, the young ladies wouldn't take the initiative to ask, but there were naturally sensible people who spoke for them. Everyone looked at each other. Obviously, they weren't familiar with this unfamiliar young man. Lu Xiaoyi usually lived in seclusion and buried himself in his sea of books. He rarely made friends outside. It was only in the past few months that his personality improved. He only mingled in the so-called marketplace. The people in the warm winter pavilion belonged to the circle of officials. Most of the guests were the family members of the various government offices in Pu City. They were more introverted and found Lu Xiaoyi, who was a foodie, to be a novelty. If this were in another place, such as the summer pavilion where merchants gathered, he would have been mocked and ridiculed in every possible way. Different circles had different styles. Relatively speaking, the family members of officials were more sensible and would not easily cause trouble for their families. This was also the way of being an official. In the end, it was an old woman who served him. She was probably the matchmaker, Sister Ran. She said hesitantly, "I think this Langjun is a young master from Lu province. I've heard that this young Langjun is inarticulate and clumsy in external affairs. He spends his days cooped up in his residence, studying. He's already 17 or 18 years old, but he still hasn't taken the scholarly examination. Seeing him today, I can see that his style and actions are very similar. But, what's surprising is that under such a good-looking skin, there's a good appetite." When he mentioned the young master of Lu province, everyone immediately understood. Although Lu Xiaoyi rarely appeared in public in Pu City, with his famous father, he was still a figure that could not be ignored in Pu City. It was just that his reputation was a little crooked. It was said that his father was a hero while his son was an idiot. He was a typical example of a good-for-nothing who relied on his parents. However, looking at it today, it could be said that the proverb of donkey dung shining on the surface was true. The old madam of Lu province was really good at managing the household. With his appetite, ordinary people would not be able to withstand his gnawing. It was just a joke during a blind date. To men, appearance was important, but ability was even more important. 10 points of appearance would definitely lose to 10 points of ability. On this point, the young ladies who came from official families understood very well. Perhaps they would be a little stunned at first sight, but after being stunned, they would be indifferent. How could you count on such a person? Dragons gave birth to dragons, phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes. Officials and ministers would slip and fall. The young master was so weak, so the mother-in-law must be very strong. If she were to marry into the family, it would not be easy for her to survive. People in the officialdom were very sensitive to whether the person in power was still in power or not. A has-been Grand Sima Manor could be praised as an image, but that was it. It had no practical significance. The warm winter pavilion returned to its usual rhythm. Everyone continued to probe, search, and measure. Which family's children had better prospects, and which family's father-in-law could give them a push on their official career. Strictly speaking, the warm winter pavilion was just like the merchant's summer pavilion. It was just a place to exchange benefits. Lu Xiaoyi walked along the winding corridor with a slightly protruding belly. No matter what, he had finally earned back a portion of his ticket. It was a pity that Ping An and old Jun were not willing to go down. He could understand. This was not a place where servants could mess around. He could eat and stuff himself, but if the servants did the same, they would definitely be criticized for not following the rules of Lu Province. Ping An quickened her pace and corrected his direction. Young master, you've already eaten and drunk. Shouldn't we be getting down to business now? The spring outing is actually mainly in the morning. In the afternoon, the sun is strong, and the young ladies' bodies are weak, so they won't be able to hold out for long. There's only 2 hours left before it ends. You don't have much time left. If you don't go now, you'll miss the important task that mistress has assigned you. You may be fine, but old Jun and I will be in trouble. Hearing Ping An use him as an example, Lu Xiaoyi knew that there was no way he could avoid it. He would be stabbed regardless of whether he stuck his head out or retracted it. There was no reason for him to let the 2 servants take the blame for his own matters. Thus, he didn't argue and went straight to the spring rain pavilion. From Ping An's nagging, he finally understood the differences between the small groups in this spring outing. The warm winter pavilion was purely a circle of officials. Those who didn't have enough status as officials didn't dare to enter. Even the wealthiest family in Pu City, the Li family, didn't dare to squeeze into this circle. The summer pavilion was the headquarters of the merchant aristocratic families. In terms of colorful and luxurious clothing, none of the other 4 pavilions could compare. The autumn breeze pavilion was a hodgepodge. There wasn't a fixed circle. The descendants of the aristocratic families, who felt that they couldn't go to the other 3 circles, gathered here for warmth. They were also a relatively small group with the lowest social status. The spring rain pavilion that Lu Xiaoyi wanted to go to was an elegant pavilion. You could be a descendant of an official, a merchant, or something else, but there was a prerequisite: you had to be a scholar. Regardless of whether it was a young lady or a handsome young man, they had to have some ability, such as the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, or the status of a literary scholar. This was a circle with a lot of potential, because future officials could be born from them. Thus, this was the only place where commoners could participate. Of course, you had to have the status of a literary scholar, outstanding poetry talent, and be recognized by the scholars of Pu City. With Lu Xiaoyi's appearance, he could stand out from the crowd of officials in the warm winter pavilion who worked hard to climb up the social ladder. He could also stand out from the crowd of merchants in the summer pavilion who stank of money, but in the spring rain pavilion, he wasn't as conspicuous. His simplicity was outstanding, but there were many people who were even more simple than him. He was pretending to be frugal, but they were really frugal. Commoners were talented, proud, and had a bright future ahead of them. They didn't care much about the riches in front of them. Many people's eyes showed disdain, and they looked like they could replace him. Unfortunately, those young ladies who knew a little about poetry and literature were attracted to this kind of attitude. A rich young lady and a poor scholar, they were a perfect match. This was a story that had been written too many times in novels, but it had been passed down from generation to generation without fading away. Which young lady didn't have a poor scholar in her heart who would pass the imperial examination in the future and become a legend that everyone talked about? Chapter 18. Thus, when Lu Xiaoyi entered, he did not attract much attention. Since it was a circle of scholars, of course, they were competing on the ability of the scholars. If an essay was too long, it would not be suitable for the current situation. Therefore, they could only compete in poetry. The warm winter pavilion had a couplet, while the spring rain pavilion had a poetry competition. When Lu Xiaoyi entered, the poetry competition had already come to an end. He stood by the side and watched quietly. He could feel that there were a few female guests who were sneaking glances at him. He did not know which one was Lin Jiayin and did not care at all. Plagiarism? To him, it was a simple matter, but completely boring. He did not wish to rely on the knowledge of the ancients in his previous life to bring him any benefits. Furthermore, in this world of cultivators, was poetry really that important? It had to be said that in this circle, the male guests' literary accomplishments were very high. This extinguished Lu Xiaoyi's desire to win. Plagiarism was easy to explain, but difficult to explain. Even the original soul was more proficient in writing and not poetry. For a great master like Lu Sima, the direction of education for his juniors was to emphasize writing and not poetry. On this point, Lu Yarosha was very thorough. In the spring rain pavilion, there were more than 10 young ladies who were yearning for love. Of course, all of them had their own goals to pursue and did not try their luck by grabbing onto one of them. At the very least, they knew the basic requirements. On this point, the young ladies were more cautious than the young men. After all, to a woman, a husband was everything. But to a man, other than a wife, there were many other things to pursue such as status, wealth, and official positions. Gradually, the young ladies separated into several groups. Each of them had their own destiny. The surrounding young men also dispersed. Lu Xiaoyi, who had been idling by the side, was in a difficult position because he did not know which group he should go to. Which group was Lin Jiayin that Aunt Caihong mentioned? You can't blame me for this, right? Lu Xiaoyi secretly found an excuse for himself to retreat. But how could Aunt Caihong's arrangements be so unreliable? An old woman walked to his side and said softly, Lu Langjun, you should go to the table on the far left. Lin Jiayin is one of the 3 ladies. As for whether you can win the lady's favor, it depends on your own ability. This must have been arranged by Aunt Caihong. Why did she have to make such a complicated matchmaking? Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Aunt Caihong's ability was overkill in Pu City. Her talents should be placed in a more important place. Of course. Lu Xiaoyi was very cooperative. He didn't even look at who the old woman was. She was Aunt Caihong's subordinate and had nothing to do with him. This was the rule of the hidden battlefront, although it was a little ridiculous. In the spring rain pavilion, there were 5 flower tables, which were occupied by the young ladies according to their relationship. On top of the tables were tea, fruits, and other snacks. Previously, the poetry competition was a chaotic battle without any distinction. In fact, there was no first place in literature, and it was impossible to determine who was better. It was just an appetizer. Now, the most important thing was to divide the tables. The young ladies needed to match the reputation of the scholars with their appearances. Tall, short, fat, thin, handsome, ugly. They needed to have a basic impression of them. Then, they would make a rough judgment based on their speech, manners, and talent. If they met someone they were satisfied with, then after the spring festival, they would pass the news to the scholar through the mouths of people like the matchmaker. Then, they would wait and see what would happen next. It was very troublesome but also very interesting. For the young ladies who had nothing to do, it was a good way to pass the time and show off their youth. That's not right. The young ladies didn't. What else could be more fascinating than a love game? If they missed these few years, they would no longer have time to play games. It was the same for the scholars. Before they came, they had more or less heard about the young ladies. Whose families' young ladies were good at poetry, whose families' young ladies were good at calligraphy, whose families' young ladies were beautiful, whose families' young ladies were smelly, Of course, those who had obvious flaws would not come here. They were afraid of making a fool of themselves. Those who dared to come here were generally presentable. A small flaw was just a matter of adding half a kilogram of powder. They also needed to combine the rumors with the real person. However, the difficulties in front of them were much more difficult than the young ladies. The young ladies could be very picky, but they could only see through the fog. The maidservants and older female servants blocked them in the front. It took them a lot of effort to get out of the way. There was also a round fan behind them. When they finally put down the round fan, they were drinking tea with their sleeves up. God took pity on them. They finally finished the tea. When they put down the sleeves, the big butts of the older female servants blocked them again. It could not be helped. In the kingdom of Yi, in this world, these were the rights of women. It was also their last rights. After they got married, these privileges would no longer exist. The 5 flower tables were divided according to their relationship. Those who were close to each other should sit together. They could also make decisions between each other. Those who were not close to each other, could they sit together at this time? On the leftmost flower table, there were 3 women sitting behind it. They were talking and laughing softly. Their laughter could be faintly heard, causing the young men to feel an itch in their hearts. Outside the flower table, there were a total of 7 or 8 people who were attracted to the flower table. There were scholars, and there were also rich people. This ratio was different from the other flower tables, and it also reflected how outstanding the 3 women behind the flower table were. This was not a competition of courtesans, but when the women stood together, they would definitely compare their beauty. It was just like how businessmen compared their wealth, officials compared their hats, and scholars compared their poems and songs. These 3 women were probably more outstanding in today's lake outing spring festival. Not only did they attract the attention of many young men, but they also attracted the disdain of many female guests. It was a pity that Lin Jiarin, whom Aunt Saihong had mentioned, was among them. But who was she? Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to include himself in this group of suitors. If he was dissatisfied, the others would be even more dissatisfied. What was going on? Someone could squeeze into this circle without even writing poems or lyrics. Were there any rules? If that was the case, more than half of the young men in today's Lake Outing Spring Festival would be squeezed in front of this flower table. Wouldn't it be a mess? The young men hoped that the young ladies behind the flower case would come out and uphold justice, but they didn't expect that the 3 young ladies would be indifferent to it. Instead, they kept looking at them, which made some of them feel insulted. Among the 7 youths, 6 of them were scholars with scholarly titles. This was their territory, their goddess. How could they allow a bully to profane her? Among them, there was one scholar who was especially famous. Although he was born in poverty, he was intelligent and charming. 2 years ago, when he was 15 years old, he passed the literary examination and got first place. He was proficient in all of his poems and songs. He was well versed in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. His talent spread throughout Pu City and was recognized by everyone as a future star. His future was limitless. He was also someone that many rich and influential families wanted to marry as their son-in-law regardless of their family background. For people of a certain status, they knew all too well what it meant to invest in the future. This Wu Shuang, when he was 15 years old, there were already people who wanted to marry him. However, he was a proud person with a lofty heart. He knew his future and ordinary families wouldn't take a fancy to him. Most importantly, he needed to find a woman who could match up to him in all aspects. He waited for 3 years before the Lin family's young miss grew up. In the poetry competition just now, he had already won first place. Just when he was feeling complacent, there was a person who cut the queue. Just by looking at his attire, one could tell that he was from a wealthy family. His attire was unique in the entire spring festival. As scholars who were born in poverty, they looked down on such people the most. Chapter 19. Who are you? Why don't you know the rules? The people here are all scholars and talents who earn their own living. How can a filthy rich person enter? You should go to the warm winter pavilion or the summer pavilion. That's where you should be. That's right. Unrelated people don't even dare to participate in the poetry competition. How can they appear so openly now? A scholar surnamed Ju chimed in. Wu Shuang was proud and arrogant, so he was not polite with his words. This was related to the culture of the Night Kingdom where scholars were a cut above the rest. He was also a famous person among the younger generation in Pu City, so he was not afraid of offending the high-ranking officials and influential people. Others would only think of his actions as youthful frivolity and arrogance. Who would really go against him? Lu Xiaoyi was still a little confused. He did not know how he had offended this guy. Before he could speak, someone beside him had already answered for him. The one who spoke was Li Sanlang, the third son of the richest man in Pu City. Before Lu Xiaoyi came, as the only non-scholar, he was the target of this group of people. He did not have a high level of education, so he was already struggling to deal with one scholar. Now that he was facing 6 of them at the same time, one could imagine how awkward it would be. The wealth of the Li family could not help him here, so it was hard for him to endure. It was only because of his thick skin that he was able to endure. The power of wealth was like floating clouds in the eyes of poor scholars, but the young ladies behind the brothels knew that without wealth, they would have to go to the shabby alleys to sew clothes for people. Therefore, Li Sanlang still got the last chance to get close to the flower table. However, he now saw a rare opportunity to get out of his predicament. The young master of Lu province had also come over. Lu Xiaoyi was also a descendant of influential people, so he did not even have the courage to compete with these poor people. To Li Sanlang, this was the best opportunity for him to divert the fire of these poor people. It would also reduce the pressure on him. Anyway, a few years ago, his family and Lu province had some conflicts, so he did not feel the slightest psychological burden to push the blame to them now. How dare you? This is the young master of Lu province, the only son of Major Lu. In Pu City, if Lu province does not have such qualifications, then who does? If young master Lu couldn't stand here, who could? You're just a bunch of pests, boasting here. It's hard to say if one of you can become a county magistrate in the future, but you dare to boast in front of the descendants of the current literary and historical giants. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lu Xiaoyi immediately understood that this fellow was trying to shift the blame to someone else. He also roughly guessed who this person was. However, before he could respond, Wu Shuang unceremoniously retorted back. Major Lu is Major Lu, young Master Lu is young Master Lu, how can you mix them up? I've only heard that imperial power can be inherited, but I've never heard that talent can be passed down to the next generation. Young people of our generation should strive to improve themselves. Don't rely on your family's power, don't rely on your clan's reputation. Heaven is vigorous, and a gentleman must strive for self-improvement. What a sad life to have to rely on the reputation of your father's generation for marriage. Everyone cheered inwardly. They were all moved by Wu Shuang's words. He had fully displayed the courage of a fearless youth in the face of life. However, because it involved Lu province, they couldn't say anything. Only the scholar surnamed Ju agreed loudly, well said. These are the words from the bottom of my heart. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Xiaoyi. He had no choice but to answer, because this wasn't just a personal attack, it was also a faint disrespect to Lu province. It's like this. Everyone has their own talent in life, and everyone has their own strengths. How can there be a distinction? Young Master Wu Shuang is talented in poetry, and this young master is talented in poetry. Then he looked at the scholar surnamed Ju, and his tone was especially cordial. This brother has the talent to flatter. Then he pointed at the son of the richest man. Li Sanlang has money and talent, this little brother is not talented, but my ancestors have some influence, heaven has bestowed upon us, and everyone has their own gains. These are all talents. Can you say which one is more honorable than the other? More noble? You think that your current achievements are all because of your own hard work since you were young, because you studied hard for 10 years. Aren't we the same? It's just that people like Li Sanlang and I started working hard before you. You only know how to work hard after you're old, but we knew how to work hard when we were in our mother's womb. That's why we were born into a good family. That's why we were able to win at the starting line. This time, everyone present was speechless. To be able to explain having a good father in such an elegant and refined way, the shamelessness of it was indescribable. You couldn't say that he was wrong. Regarding how to reincarnate, who had an accurate idea? Yes, yes, yes. You can teach us how to write poems, and we can teach you how to reincarnate. Ha ha ha. Only Li San Lang clapped his hands and laughed heartily. He felt that this young master from Lu province was really a wonderful person. The words that he said were very much to his liking. It also released the anger that he had suffered in front of those jealous people. He no longer felt that this young master from Lu province was an eyesore. After all, the conflict between him and Lu province back then wasn't really a big deal. Wu Shuang's anger surged. This was simply the words of a scoundrel in the marketplace. He couldn't imagine that this was something that a young master from the Sima family would say. But since he had already said it, he wanted to tear him apart. Twisting words and forcing logic, a bunch of nonsense. Before he could finish his sentence, a soft and gentle voice rang out. Since we're all here, it's also a kind of fate. Why be so calculative? No matter if you're from a poor family or an aristocratic family, you're all scholars. If you're tangled up here, you'll take advantage of the situation. This voice seemed to have a kind of magical power, causing the belligerent Wu Shuang to immediately stop. The other scholars also shut their mouths. Clearly, this was a girl who had many fans. But who exactly was it? Lu Xiaoyi still couldn't figure it out. The servant girls served cold tea to the male guests. The general idea was to let everyone cool down. Behavior was also an important way to observe a person's cultivation. These were all observed by the young ladies. In terms of demeanor, if Lu Xiaoyi said he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. Things like demeanor required a specific environment, specific teaching, and special etiquette training. Compared to Lu Xiaoyi, who grew up under the strict guidance of Aunt Caihong, the other scholars were much worse. Poor families couldn't pay attention to these things. However, the poor scholars also had their own lofty and unyielding spirit, which could not cover up their high spirits. Comparatively speaking, Li San Lang's vulgarity and impatience, and Lu Xiaoyi's feebleness, were obviously much worse. Wu Shuang was the most prominent among them. His appearance, strength of character, and spirit of maneuvering spontaneously emerged. He was a person who had his own aura. After a short period of awkward silence, a servant girl with dignified features stood up. Obviously, she had received the instructions of the three young ladies. The last words that were close to substance, of course, couldn't be said by a noble young lady. It was too embarrassing, so it was necessary to find a spokesperson. It's already late, and the poems have been discussed. Some came out on top, and some didn't come out on top. It's all your own choice, and you can't blame anyone. Now, if I may be so bold, I have a few questions about life that I need to ask the young masters. I hope you can answer truthfully. Chapter 20. All the young men cheered up. They knew that this must be the test that the young ladies came up with, and they used the maidservants to tell them. Literary talent was one thing, and the attitude toward life was another. Both were equally important. Which young girl would not want to marry a husband who had a bad temper, a strong chauvinist, and even had a tendency of domestic violence? They had already tried their best in the poetry competition. No one was willing to relax at the last moment, so they all sat up straight and listened attentively. Only two people were indifferent. They were the slackers among the scholars. Li San Lang's family was rich. What kind of girl couldn't he get? In terms of beauty, the girls in the small alleys were not necessarily worse than the girls in the big families. They did not need to suffer such filthy treatment here. He came here because his family asked him to. In fact, he did not care. If he really married such a girl, how miserable would the rest of his life be? Lu Xiaoyi instinctively rejected all forms of beauty and sweetness. That was a pit that he could not climb out of once he jumped in. After being a loser for a long time, he could not forget that kind of freedom, even if that freedom was very lonely sometimes. The maid said leisurely, "Here is a question. Gentlemen, please answer with your heart. Say, if 3 people walk by the river, and the mother and wife both fall into the water, ask, which one do you want to save first?" Lu Xiaoyi, who was listening at the side, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In his previous life, this question had stumped countless heroes and heroes. How could there be a real correct answer to speak of? Could it be that the girl in front of him was also a transmigrator? How could she ask such a difficult question? Save the mother. Wu Shuang did not hesitate. He knew very well that for this kind of standard answer, he must be the first to answer. Only then could he show his filial piety. One in each hand. This was greedy. He did not want to be called unfilial, but he also did not want to offend the beauty in front of him. Take off your trousers, tear them in half, and use air to inflate them. Then you can get 2 air sacs. In this way, the mother and wife will be safe. This was a tool. He did not think that if he really did this, the 2 people in the water would have died before he could make the air sacs. Save the wife. My mother is good at swimming. This was a trick. Who knew if his mother could swim? Don't save anyone. Take off your clothes and prepare for warmth. Not only does my mother know how to swim, she can also catch fish and turtles with her bare hand. Therefore, I'm afraid that before I even get into the water, my mother will have already asked her wife to come ashore. My life is a small matter, but my chastity is a big matter. At this time, I should cover myself with all my clothes. This was a clever fellow. Obviously, he had been inspired by the answer of the previous scholar, but he had placed the emphasis on the most important thing to women: reputation. This could be considered as taking a different path. The last scholar said slowly, "After we get married, I will train my wife and mother to float in the water. Therefore, this problem does not exist." They were all F*king geniuses. Lu Xiaoyi, who was listening from the side, couldn't help but gasp in admiration. All the answers were correct. He couldn't help but admire the adaptability of the scholars in this world. The answers were countless times better than the answers in his original world. There were still 2 hoodlums who didn't answer. Seeing the maid's gaze sweep over, Li Sanlang was a straightforward person. He panicked and revealed the truth. I'll call for help. Call for help." Faced with such an irresponsible answer, the maidservant confirmed. Li Sanlang hurriedly explained, "I don't know how to swim. What's the use of jumping in?" At that time, 1 drowning 2 lives will become 1 drowning 3 lives. Everyone will be gone, and there won't even be anyone to collect the corpse. This was a very honest answer. Unfortunately, it couldn't be divided. Lu Xiaoyi laughed in his heart. This Li Sanlang looked vulgar, but he was also a wonderful person. Even if he was bad, he was not bad to the core. He was not much worse than those scholars who were full of righteousness. Then, he found that all eyes were on him. Only then did he realize that he was also one of the suitors, and he also had to answer this awkward question. Must I answer? He really didn't want to answer this kind of meaningless question. The maidservant said seriously, "Yes, since the young master is sitting here, he has tacitly agreed to your purpose. Then, why do you have to be different when others have already answered? Besides, as far as I know, the old madam of your family lives like a princess all year round. It's impossible for her to float in the water, right? Let me remind you, the young miss also doesn't know how to float." This maidservant was abominable. She directly blocked his way out. Others could take advantage of this, but why couldn't he? But he was not the kind of person who would not talk back when pressured. Then, let me ask you, why didn't the 3 of you bring any servants? Why did you have to walk by the water? Don't you know that water and fire are merciless? A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. Should I take my wife and mother to the depths of drowning? The maidservant argued, "There are always accidents, there are always coincidences." Lu Xiaoyi didn't let it go. "No matter how coincidental it is, as a son and a husband, shouldn't you take precautions in advance? Didn't you consider that your wife and mother can't swim? Didn't you think of avoiding the deep water as much as possible? Didn't you think that if you have no choice, you should walk on the outer side of the water?" The maidservant was still stubborn. What I said was just an assumption, an imagination, a possible situation. Lu Xiaoyi didn't show any mercy. Assumption? Imagination? That's even more impossible. It wasn't easy for your parents to raise you. They suffered hardships and shit and piss. Why don't you want them to be better? Long life, boundless happiness, and what not? How can you imagine them falling into the water? Is this something a son should think about? Is this what a junior should hope for his elders? The maidservant was defeated. She really didn't know how to deal with this Lu province's young master's continuous interrogation of her soul. Not only her, but the three instigators behind the scenes were also speechless. They didn't know how to answer. Lu Xiaoyi leisurely sipped his tea. He was just messing around. This was his specialty. Cough. A female voice coughed softly from behind the flower table. Only then did the maidservant react. For her to be chosen to preside over this kind of situation, she had some quick wit and eloquence. She knew that the best way to deal with such a wretched person was to not tangle with him. Otherwise, the more she tangled with him, the more troublesome it would be. Even if she had reason, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. In any case, this Lu province's young master was destined to draw water with a bamboo basket. Why should she be stubborn? All right, the first question is over. Everyone's answers are very creative. I think that everyone has their own eyes. There's no need for this maidservant to comment here. Then, the second question is, the wife is always right. What does everyone think of this sentence? The saint comes first, the country comes second, and the family comes third. To an individual, no one is always right, whether it's the wife or the husband. Wu Shuang still had the bearing of worrying about the world first. At least, in terms of morality, his answer was perfect. At home, the wife is always right. Outside, the law is the yardstick. If the wife is always right, then what about the mother-in-law? In my opinion, both are always right. When it was Li Sanlang's turn, he still spoke the truth. If you have a son, you're always right. If you have a daughter, you're always right. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Lu Xiaoyi didn't need anyone to urge him this time. Yes, the wife is always right. This sentence is always right. But there's a problem. The wife isn't always the wife. Chapter 21. Lu Xiaoyi's words instantly made the scene extremely awkward. This was because his words had exposed the fact that in the kingdom of Yi, men had the right to divorce their wives and return to their parents' home. This truth mercilessly shattered the girl's fantasies, causing a happy topic to slip into a heavy mood. It also slapped all the scholars in the face. This was because in the kingdom of Yi, the group with the highest probability of divorcing their wives was not the peddlers, but the scholars. The girl's sense of superiority was mercilessly exposed by Lu Xiaoyi, this guy who didn't know how to be romantic. Yes, the so-called blind dates and so-called choices were just self-comforting and self-deceiving. How much could they really make up their own minds? Even if they really liked a young man, the final decision would always be made by their parents. Even the matchmaker's words were more important than their feelings. Status, wealth, talent, future, among countless other factors, their opinions would always be ranked last. This was more like a game, a last game before saying goodbye to childishness and stepping into the life of an adult. They were the dolls in the game, controlled by others and anesthetized by themselves. For a moment, the girls were dispirited and felt bored. This awkwardness was noticed by the sharp Wu Shuang, and an uncontrollable anger surged in his heart. Of course, he had reason to be angry because he knew that no matter how outstanding he was, it was very likely that he would be defeated by these rich second-generation officials who relied on their parents' influence. Even if he and Miss Lin were in love, the possibility of them being together was very slim. The reason he came here was to express his feelings in front of everyone, so that those rich second-generation officials would back off. Nominally, it would affect the public's opinion that he and Miss Lin were a match made in heaven. This way, those big families who valued their family's reputation would stay away from Miss Lin. This was the thought that he could not say out loud. Even in a third-tier city like Pu City, How could a child from a poor family obtain such an outstanding reputation if they were not scheming? It needed to be managed. He slowly walked in front of Lu Xiaoyi and said, "You need to take responsibility for what you said today. A good spring gathering, the dreams of many young people, was destroyed by you just like that. Say it yourself. Poems, poems, essays, essays. You can choose whatever you want. As long as you can defeat me, I will apologize to you in front of everyone in PU City. If you can't do it, you don't have to bow to me. You just have to apologize to the ladies and tell them that you, Mr. Lu, lack manners and that you are full of crap." Lu Xiaoyi looked at him in surprise. This scholar seemed to be very angry. "Why? I didn't steal his wife. On the contrary, his nonsense ruined my chance. I don't really understand what you're saying. Is there any meaning to it? What can you prove by defeating me?" Wu Shuang glared at him. "You ruined the fun of the spring gathering. You made all the womenfolk unhappy. Now you're asking me what's the point? Did the upbringing of the Lusima manor produce a scoundrel like you?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He threw the fan in his hand to the ground. His voice was so loud that it could be heard by the entire Spring Rain Pavilion. In fact, they had heard about it a long time ago. Since the story of the fall into the water, as the three most outstanding women, many people had been secretly paying attention to them. Now that they saw the most famous scholar of the younger generation in PU City challenging the dignity of Lu Province, they couldn't help but feel excited. The last sentence was very serious. On the surface, it seemed like he was mocking Lu Xiaoyi for his lack of manners. In fact, he was doubting Lu Province's reputation and doubting the upbringing of his mother, Lu Xiaoyi. Everyone knew that Lu Xiaoyi's father died when he was young and his mother brought him up. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "Sigh, brother Wu Shuang, do you know what's the scariest thing about upbringing in this world? If a rich family produces a rich second generation, it's not scary because they can afford it. The scariest thing is if an ordinary family produces a rich second generation's temperament. That's the real deal. Poverty isn't a protective talisman for arrogance. The children of the rich and powerful need to respect the wise, and the poor need to be careful with their words and actions. Heaven is fair to everyone, so I shouldn't bully others. But at the same time, you can't break a broken pot and smash it, right? There are some words that shouldn't be said." He slowly bent down. Everyone thought that he was helping Wu Shuang pick up the fan. Even Wu Shuang thought so. Those who were watching from the side couldn't help but secretly praise him. As expected of the young master of the Sima manor. His magnanimity wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. However, there were also those who were disdainful. The dignified young master of Lu Province was being reprimanded like this, yet he still wanted to pick up the fan for a jealous girl. Wasn't that too cowardly? Ever since Sima Lu left Lu Province, the masculine atmosphere had disappeared. This was also the feeling of many people present. The pavilions of Little Night Lake were built with lake stones as the foundation, with square bricks as the ground, and wooden structures on top. The square bricks were only slightly bigger than a palm and were made with kill fire. They were harder than soil, but not as hard as porcelain. After all, this was a public place and not a private garden. The maintenance was only so. The square bricks on the ground were often loose and in disrepair. If they weren't connected together, no one would care about them. Lu Xiaoyi slowly bent down and very naturally dug out a square brick that had long been loose from the ground. He then stood up very naturally, raised his hand very naturally, and smashed it down very naturally. With a bang, the square brick shattered into pieces. Young Master Wu Shuang's forehead exploded with dust, and he fell backwards. At the side, Lu Xiaoyi clapped his hands and said softly, "If you say something wrong or do something wrong, you have to pay the price. This is the upbringing of my Sima manor." Young Master Wu Shuang, who had fallen to the ground, had a large patch of blood seeping out of his forehead. His forehead had been smashed, but the injury wasn't fatal. The bleeding was also caused by the sharp corner of the turning stone. As for whether or not there would be repercussions after being smashed, who would care about that? However, as the blood flowed, Lu Xiaoyi, who was originally calm and composed, suddenly tensed up. His breath surged, and his vision blurred. He couldn't control himself, and in less than 2 or 3 breaths, he fell to the ground with his face facing the sky, unconscious, just like Wu Shuang. In just a few breaths, the verbal fight had turned into a physical fight. The strange thing was that both parties were lying on the ground. Other than a few people who were closest to the front, many people didn't understand what had happened. The screams of women resounded throughout the entire little night lake. Moreover, it was the screams of more than 10 people. It stirred up a large number of waterbirds, which chirped and circled in the sky. There were also people who reacted quickly. Lu Province's old army was the first to rush to the young master's side. Without saying anything, he carried the young master on his back and turned to leave. The sharp-eyed guests could even see that in Old Army's empty right sleeve, there was a gleaming short sword that was faintly emitting a cold light, ping, and opened up a path in front. As he ran, he complained, "You clearly know that he's dizzy at blood. Why did you smack him?" Old Army chuckled, "I didn't teach him for nothing." Without any change in expression, he struck like a thunderbolt. "This smack is very good. P.S. Bookmark, recommend, please support me, old and new friends. Even if you don't read it, adding a bookshelf shouldn't be difficult, right? The new book needs data. Old Sloth doesn't know how to operate it, so I'll have to rely on everyone's help." Chapter 22. In the inner courtyard of Lu Province, the servants had already been dismissed. Only a few close maidservants remained, not daring to breathe too loudly. Lu Xiaoyi stood in the courtyard. It was drizzling, but because it had been a long time, his entire body was soaked. Lu Yarosha sat on a rattan chair under the porch, still angry. Aunt Tsaihuan was still trying to persuade her. "You've already taken care of him and scolded him. It's quite pitiful that the rain won't stop. Why don't you let him go back and reflect on his mistakes? Reflect on himself? He can't keep standing like this." Lu Yarosha said hatefully. "He actually dared to hit a brick. Is this something that Lu Province's children should do? No matter what happened, he shouldn't have been so rude. What's more, it happened in front of so many people. If this happened in front of so many people, where will Lu Province's face be? And it was actually a poor scholar. Have you read all these years for nothing? Even if you were targeting a rich family, I wouldn't be so angry. Yet, it had to be a poor scholar. If this were to spread, wouldn't the word bully become a label for my Lu Province?" Lu Xiaoyi said softly, reporting to Mother, "Actually, whether or not I should have hit him has nothing to do with whether he was rich or poor. There are sensible people among the rich, and there are bad people among the poor. How can there be a fixed number? However, Mother's lesson is correct. Next time, I will try my best to find a place with no one around and find a rich family to shoot." Lu Yarosha pointed at him. "I'm so angry. Look at him. Where does he have a shred of self-remorse? He's still thinking about the next time." Aunt Tsaihuan laughed. "Little Yi is just joking to make you happy. I already found someone to record the entire scene. Every word is not an exaggeration. Every word is true. In my opinion, Little Yi's answer is very reasonable. There's nothing wrong with it. These little girls have nothing better to do, so they want their mother-in-law to fall into the water. Is this something a human would say? As for wives, they might not be wives. Isn't this something that happens often? Just because he said that the wife was always right, she had no right to be a wife. Little Yi was right. As for the last few sentences of that sour bun, you have really given him face. Just a mere document and he dares to doubt the Sima residents and doubt you, big sister. I think Little Yi was too soft on him. If it were me, I would have directly slapped him until he could not take care of himself for the rest of his life." Lu Yarosha shook her head as she listened. "Little Yi was spoiled by you. Occasionally, he would turn hostile and charge into the heavens. I'm not saying that what Little Yi said was wrong, nor am I saying that his beating was wrong. I'm saying that he did not consider the environment and the people at that time at all. When his father was in office, he was much more ruthless than him. But why didn't anyone say anything? You know how to judge the situation. You know that in life, you need to at least wrap yourself in a layer of skin for others to see. Auntie Tsai-Huan laughed. In the end, it was Little B who said it. Next time, you just have to be more careful. He looked at Lu Xiaoyi, who was standing obediently in the rain. Go back. First, you will be grounded for 10 days. Read well in the study and think about where you went wrong this time. Don't let there be a next time. Just this time, who knows how much effort your mother will have to spend to settle the matter. Lu Xiaoyi looked at his mother, only to see that Lu Yarosha's face was cold. She ignored him, neither saying yes nor no. 18 years of experience of being educated told him that this was actually a tacit consent. It was just that she did not want to lose face. It had been 18 years, but his mother and Auntie Tsai-Huan's appearance of being the good guy and the bad guy had not improved at all. He gave a big bow to his mother and secretly made a face at Auntie Tsai-Huan. Only then did he pretend to leave with small steps. After coming to this world for a few months, the two old women had already occupied a very important position in his heart. They were no longer someone's mother or someone's aunt. When you truly accept something like family affection, it was the sweetest honey in the world. As soon as Lu Xiaoyi left the inner courtyard, Lu Yarosha could not help but say, "You, Tsai-Huan, I am working hard here to be the bad guy, but you are pretending to be the good guy." Auntie Tsai-Huan laughed. "Isn't this what we discussed many years ago? Only you, his mother, can truly suppress the monkey son. If it were me, would he be afraid?" Lu Yarosha sighed. Everything about this child is good, but he's too quiet, too obedient, too patient, and too lacking in ideas. When he was young, it was easy to take care of him. He wasn't naughty in the slightest. It made my heart uneasy. I was afraid that his temper would be too weak. When he grew up and entered society, without our help, he would have to suffer. Auntie Tsai-Huan was also deeply moved. It seems that boys will be boys. There will always be a period of time when gods and ghosts will hate them, dogs will abandon them, and cats will dislike them. Others are around 10 years old, but Little Yi is good. He has retreated for 7 or 8 years. But what will come will come. At least this brick let us know the courage in Little Yi's heart. If anyone dares to offend his family, he will dare to meet them with blood. In this way, more than 10 years of raising him is not in vain. Everything is worth it. Lu Yarosha sighed. The blood that flows in his body is my husband's. How can he really have a cowardly and irresponsible temperament? What I find strange is, why would he use such a simple and crude method to express his wishes? There are many other better methods that are more effective, more reliable, and more hidden. He uses the methods of a smart person, not the methods of a scoundrel in the marketplace. Auntie Tsai-Huan was not surprised. This method should be used by people of his age, right? You can't expect him to be like Master, who plans before acting and is watertight. Young people have the methods of young people. When he slowly grows up and experiences more, he will naturally know how to act appropriately. Lu Yarosha shook her head. You don't know. What I am worried about is his new hobby. We all hoped that this hobby would disappear as he grows older, but in these past few months, it seems to have maintained its popularity. His way of doing things is the way of a cultivator. If there is a disagreement, they will meet in life and death. What I am thinking about now is not how to clean up his mess. What kind of waves can a poor and pedantic person cause? What is more important now is to quietly wait for him to walk out of his cultivation. Or should I help him understand what cultivation is? I am afraid that the former will take too long, and the latter I am afraid that he will really dig his head in and not be able to pull it out. Auntie Tsai-Huan did not think as far as she did. After all, between a maidservant and a young miss from a general's family, there was a huge gap in education and knowledge that could not be closed. The way she looked at things was far less profound. Have housekeeper to take my name card and go to the Fuzun, the School of Politics, the School of Literature, and the government office to pay a visit to a few officials. Just say that this Wu Shuang is arrogant because of his talent, his conduct is unreasonable, and he fawns on those in power. He does not have the purity of a scholar, and instead relies on his marriage to borrow power. He is not a scholar. Be tactful, just mention it and suppress him for a few years. Chapter 23. That was the true nature of Lu province. To Lu Xiaoyi, Lu Yarosha was a doting mother. To outsiders, she was a cold-hearted superior. Lu Xiaoyi might treat the Xiaoye Lake Spring Festival as a coincidence and forget about it, but Lu Yarosha wouldn't. There were many ways to solve the problem. Apologizing was the stupidest way to do it. For the truly powerful, what they were most used to was not judging who was right and who was wrong, but how to minimize the threat. The answer was simple and clear. They had to completely destroy Swan Ding's future. Firstly, it was to eliminate future hidden dangers in Lu province. Secondly, it was to establish a trend in Pu City. Lu province hadn't fallen and still had the ability to deal with challenges from all sides. Lu Yarosha understood this better than anyone else. What she had seen and heard in the general's household since she was young, and the scheming she had experienced with her husband at the top of the palace made her very clear on how to make Lu province survive. Blindly enduring and pretending to be a good person wouldn't work. She had to demonstrate the potential of Lu province through an incident after a period of time. Only then would she be able to make those who were looking at her feel fear and retreat. The crux of the matter was how to choose the opponent. The opponent had to have some weight, but it wouldn't hurt the Lu residents too much. Since Sour Ding had thrown himself into the fray, it couldn't be any better. If they didn't target him, who else could they target? He was famous, but he didn't have any strength. He was the best target to establish her authority. In the eyes of the wealthy, even if it was an outdated and weak aristocrat like Lu province, based on the experience of the mistress of the house, they could still distinguish the importance and urgency of the matter at a glance. Of course, there would be short-term disturbances, but people were forgetful. As long as the source was eliminated, what did the noise of irrelevant people matter for the time being? Lu Xiaoyi was grounded. For the children of the wealthy, this was a common occurrence, but for Lu Xiaoyi, it was the first time. In the past, the mistress of Lu province was only worried about how to let him out and not keep him cooped up at home. Of course, there wouldn't be any old soldiers to supervise. This matter was completely self-conscious. Lu Yarosha also didn't think that her son would openly go against her wishes. Although Lu Xiaoyi was starting to show his rebellious side, in his mother's heart, he was still that quiet and obedient child who didn't like to talk. Lu Xiaoyi was happy to search for what he needed the most in the sea of books, but the process was not smooth. Not only was there little information about the specific cultivators in the books, but there were always people disturbing him. He couldn't go out, but he couldn't stop people from coming to look for him. Little Seven's companions came one after another, as if they had made an appointment. They didn't come, but they were there to look for him. They were afraid that he would be lonely. When these companions really treated him as a friend, they were very considerate and kind. None of them came empty-handed. Some brought banquets from the best restaurants in Pu City, some brought singers, and some brought acrobats. Everyone's biggest regret was that they didn't go to the spring festival with Lu Xiaoyi. They didn't get to see Lu Xiaoyi's godly brick on the head, which was now rumored in Pu City. No one sympathized with the scholar. This was an inevitable choice. The most important thing for a friend was to stand on the right side and straighten one's butt. Moreover, scholars and paladins were two completely different groups. They even faintly looked down on each other. Little Seven's companions were very regretful that he didn't learn the method of cultivation. Otherwise, the unlucky scholar would have been even more unlucky. However, no one thought that if he really used that kind of power, he would probably have to collect the scholar's corpse. No matter how big Lu province's reputation was, a lawsuit was inevitable. On the 7th day, Lu Xiaoyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been drinking for 6 consecutive days. Even with his current good physical fitness, he still couldn't bear it. He had already told them not to come again and to wait until he was released from the ban to drink in the Chow Feng brothel. He had thought that he would finally be able to eat porridge for 2 days to ease his overly greasy stomach. However, Ping'an walked over with a strange expression. "Young master, there's someone outside who wants to see you." There's also a waiter from WN Shun restaurant carrying food boxes of various sizes. Lu Xiaoyi facepalmed. Pu City was really too backward. There were only a few outstanding restaurants. In the past 6 days, He had already eaten Wn Shun restaurant's dishes 3 times. Including today, it was the 4th time. Who is it? I've already told Chi and the others. We'll meet at Chow Fong brothel after we leave. Ping An had a strange expression. Young master, you know this person too. He was at the Spring Festival a few days ago. However, it seems that his family and Lu province are somewhat filthy. I don't know why today, seeing Lu Xiaoyi's glare, Ping An smiled apologetically. It's Li San Lang, the 3rd son of the richest family in Pu City. Lu Xiaoyi was stunned. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't met him before, and it seemed like they hadn't spoken directly at the Spring Festival either. The only time they'd met was when this guy wanted to push the blame to him. Since you're here, we can't possibly close the door and refuse guest. Let's invite them in. I'd like to see what they're up to. Li San Lang walked in front with his head held high. Behind him were 5 or 6 waiters carrying food boxes. He didn't care about the layout of Lu province. What was elegant in the eyes of scholars was shabby in his eyes. He was here for people, not to appreciate the past glory of the Sima residents. Once he saw Lu Xiaoyi, Li San Lang took a few steps forward. His voice was loud, and he had an air of familiarity. Every family had their own unique things. How could a family that could become the richest in Pu City be a mediocre one? Don't mention the family, don't mention the past. Just take the scene at the spring outing. I, Li San Lang, am here for that. It took away many years of my depression. Just for this, it's worth serving a banquet to young Master Lu. Lu Xiaoyi didn't act pretentious. Bring it. Today, Li San Lang and I will drink together. Li San Lang was very talkative and had an aura that made people feel close to him. This was the basic attribute of a successful businessman. Under the influence of his family, even if Li San Lang hadn't really integrated into his family's business empire, the businessman's temperament in his bones couldn't be concealed. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, relied entirely on the generosity of his soul from his previous life. He didn't have the air of superiority of many young masters from Lu province. Regardless of whether it was real or not, when 2 people with similar personalities sat together, with wine and meat as the matchmaker, calling each other brothers was just a matter of drinking a few rounds. The 2 of them discussed the characters of the Lake Outing Spring Festival. Unexpectedly, they had a lot in common. Both of them had a playful attitude, and both of them had been forced to do so by their mothers. Therefore, they had a lot in common. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere became more harmonious. Li San Lang pretended to be mysterious. Little Yi, don't lie to your 3rd brother. You've been hanging out with Chi and his gang recently. I'm afraid you have an ulterior motive. Chi and his gang call themselves heroes of the heavens. They have some skills. Little Yi, are you also envious of the secret of cultivation and want to try it out? Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. In this world's upper-class society, cultivation wasn't a secret that couldn't be mentioned. It was just that there were too few people who could truly understand it. That's right. 3rd brother is knowledgeable, but this matter is a little difficult. Since 3rd brother brought it up today, what can you tell me? Chapter 24. Li San Lang took a sip. 3rd brother, I'm a few years older than you. There are some things that I've experienced more than you. With a mysterious smile, he waved his hand to dismiss the servants around him. Only then did he reach out his left hand. Little Yi, look carefully. Lu Xiaoyi stared intently. He looked left and right, up and down. After looking for a long time, it was still a hand and had not turned into an orchid. On the other hand, Li San Lang's mouth was moving, as if he was constipated. His face was red, but he did not manage to hold it in. Looking at the serious Lu Xiaoyi at the side, Li San Lang also felt a little embarrassed. He said awkwardly, well, I haven't practiced for a long time, and I drank some wine. So, this power is not listening to me. Wait a little longer, I'll hold it in a little longer. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Could it be that this Li San Lang was also a so-called mutant? It was very possible. It was said that there were practitioners in his family. However, with this level of skill, if it was in a real battle, he would have been dismembered countless times before he could use his superpower. Just as he was laughing, Li San Lang suddenly shouted, "I got it. Look at my sky-burning thunderbolt." At the tip of his left index finger, a small, trembling flame appeared. It was about the size of an ordinary candle flame, about an inch long. A gust of wind blew in front of the hall, and the flame struggled for a few moments before it was extinguished. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Third brother, your sky-burning thunderbolt doesn't live up to its name. It's the same type as Fatty Qian's wind conquers the world and Taiju's noble spirit lasts forever. Nice to look at but useless. No, it's not even worth looking at. However, this name is indeed fancy. Who knows, it might scare people." Li San Lang was indifferent to Lu Xiaoyi's ridicule. It could be seen that he really did not take it seriously. If you learn carelessly, practice carelessly, then use carelessly too. Little Yi, do you want to know why, with such a skill, I don't practice it diligently and at least strive to extend my life by a few decades? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. "I don't know. There must be something else behind this." Li San Lang nodded. "What I'm telling you is that I treat you as a friend. I don't want you to waste your time on this. That Qi group hasn't obtained the special technique for long, and their hearts are still burning with passion, so they haven't felt the helplessness in this. However, third brother is someone who has been through this before, and the difficulties in this matter are truly indescribable." Shaking his hands, he said, "The path of Qi refinement is truly easy to learn but difficult to master. I'm the same as Qi and the others. We all relied on artifacts to get started. This is also the simplest and fastest way to get started on the path of cultivation in this world. Start with a spirit artifact and cultivate according to the formula. As long as you have some luck, you can usually succeed. I used a fire drawing pearl while Qi and the others used a jade tablet. The logic is the same, but my ability is to set fire while their ability is to draw swords. These are different branches, so there's no need to compare them." He then raised his glass to Lu Xiaoyi. "The difficult part is that you still need an endless supply of spiritual objects to ensure that your cultivation progress and not regress. However, how can spiritual objects be so easy to obtain? With my Li family's wealth, even if I were to go bankrupt, I'm afraid that I won't be able to persist until I succeed in this. No matter how much of a bastard Li San Lang, I can't use the future of hundreds of family members in exchange for a few decades of my lifespan, right? Therefore, after I learned this technique by myself and absorbed all the spiritual energy in that fire drawing pearl, I no longer had the motivation to advance. This isn't a matter of personal will, but of helplessness. When I first learned this technique, I was the same as Qi and the others. I was filled with fantasies and practiced diligently, thinking that one day I would be able to fly into the sky and burrow into the ground, and live forever. However, later on, the spiritual pearl withered, and this flame seedling was also getting weaker by the day. Now, not to mention burning the sky, even a pile of firewood would be strenuous. Only then did I completely extinguish the thought of cultivation. I reckon that right now, Qi and the others are the same as me, at the time when their jade tablets are exhausted. Just watch, their flying sword technique will definitely get shorter and weaker. Finally, they will understand and give up on their fantasies like me." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. "That's right. The last time I watched them practice their swordsmanship, I also talked about it. They said that there was no progress, and that hard work was useless." Li San Lang laughed. "This is only the beginning. They can still maintain their current abilities for a few months, but then they will slide down step by step. Just like me, when I first started practicing fire techniques, I could instantly cook a fat chicken, but now I can't even burn a chicken's feathers. The regression of their abilities will soon lead to psychological abandonment, and finally it will become an ignorant experience in their youth, only to be remembered. Until a few years later, when they can't even release a sword, they will completely fall from being a mutant to a mortal. Those who should be shopkeepers will be shopkeepers, those who should get married and have children will have children, and those who should leave their homes will leave their homes. It's just a dream that buried my youth. At least in the future, I can tell my children that this old master has also practiced before. Li San Lang laughed loudly. Xiaoyi, your attitude is good. With this attitude, it doesn't matter whether you cultivate or not. If there's a chance, you can practice a little. It's good to use it to coax girls occasionally. If there's no chance, it's even better. You can save a lot of time to do proper things. I have a Qi refinement warrior in my family, but he's very boring. He's my father's private property and doesn't take us juniors seriously. He doesn't even provide me with spiritual items when I cultivate, let alone others. So, I won't introduce him to you. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Third brother's words are more valuable than the so-called secret manuals and spiritual items. I heard that the so-called cultivation is based on one's own fate, and it can't be forced. Just treat it as a joke. It's fine if you have it, but at least you can live a carefree life. The two of them toasted each other. Whether it was true or not, they had a very congenial chat. Li San Lang was a wonderful person, and also the person who had the closest thoughts to Lu Xiaoyi's previous life ever since he switched his soul. It was very rare, and at least they could chat together. Because the more they chatted, the more congenial they became. Li San Lang was a little presumptuous. Xiaoyi, your last move was good, not the one where you hit the brick, but the one where you fainted. There was less awkwardness and explanation. You even got the servant to fabricate that you fainted from blood. It's really wonderful. Who knows how many live versions have been circulated in the future. Originally, your hit with the brick was very satisfying, and the public opinion would definitely lean towards that jealous person. But when you fainted, countless rumors were spread. Instead, the truth was covered up in rumors. It's really brilliant. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Third brother, I really fainted from blood. It's not a trick. He was not lying. In fact, it was not a secret in Lu province that the little husband fainted from blood. When he was young, he fainted at the sight of blood when he watched the servants slaughter chickens. It caused Auntie Caihong to forbid any slaughtering activities in front of the little husband. This habit did not change even when it grew up. The most terrible thing was that the soul that transmigrated also fainted from blood. This was one of the few things that the two souls had in common. That was why the fainting at the spring assembly was purely natural, without any pretense. Of course, in the eyes of people like Li San Lang who thought a lot, there were naturally other motives. This was also the reason why he was indifferent when he watched Qi and the others practice swordsmanship. How could a person who fainted from blood use a sword? After stabbing someone, he fainted as well. Not only swords, but also any weapons. This made a dignified man like him lose face. He secretly decided that in the future, he would find more opportunities to watch the slaughter of chickens and ducks at close range. At least fainting was fine, but he couldn't just collapse, right? Chapter 25. After Li San Lang's visit, Lu Xiaoyi's happy and grounded life finally returned to peace. He finally had the time to search for traces of cultivation in the sea of books. Perhaps the people of this world could not understand his dedication to cultivation, but to the people from his previous world, this was almost everything. Transmigrating without cultivation, the chrysanthemum electric drill, but the limited few days were not enough for him to find anything of value. It was easy to capture a trace of cultivation in these ordinary biographies of mountains, rivers, geography, and people, but it was basically impossible to find the truth from them. All the documents were shrouded in fog, ambiguous and specious. This was not a problem that could be solved by summarizing. After 10 days, Lu Xiaoyi was summoned to the inner courtyard again to be tortured by the two old ladies. I heard that you've been living very comfortably these days. You've been calling your friends all day, enjoying wine and meat. The best restaurants in Pu City have sent you food, haven't they? There are also musicians, acrobatic entertainers, chatting and laughing with the richest man, and drunkards everywhere. Such days are over, aren't you a little reluctant? Since Xiao Yi likes it, as your mother, I don't want to disturb your mood. Why don't you be grounded for another month? Lu Xiaoyi listened to his mother's sarcastic words and laughed in his heart, but he had to be sincere now. Thus, he said in fear and trepidation, "Mother, what are you saying? Your son also wants to reflect on his mistakes and repent, but there's no point in rejecting the kindness of others. As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but remorse stays in the heart. Your son is very clear about your kind intentions, and I'm not deliberately ignoring them." Aunt Cai Huan laughed. "Xiaoyi, your mouth is getting better and better at talking." Lu Xiaoyi said with a straight face, "There's a time when a person is born, and there's a time when a person is born. The heavens create people equally. I didn't speak much when I was young, but now I've made up for it. Some people talk a lot when they're young, but when they grow up, silence is golden. It's the same principle." Lu Yarosha put on a straight face. "Xiaoyi, you've grown up. It's not good for me to meddle in your affairs, but what's up with that Li Sanlang? I've never heard of you hooking up with him." Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Mother, what are you saying? How is this hooking up? It's like this." He told her about Li Sanlang's performance and reaction at the spring outing. "Li Sanju and I have a common enemy, and his son helped him vent his anger. That's why he gave me a toast to thank me. Actually, this is the first time we've spoken." His son felt that there was no need to persist in some unnecessary conflicts. The Li family had quite a bit of influence in Pu City. They were the real local tyrants. It would be good to ease the relationship between the two families a little. Li Sanlang is a smart man. His purpose for coming to our Lu province is not pure. That is why I took the initiative to receive him. In my opinion, even if the conflict from back then is not easy to resolve, just the fact that I am close to him in this generation is enough to ease some things." Lu Yarosha sighed. As the matriarch of Lu province, how could she not know that the current Sima residence was no longer as glorious? It was not suitable for them to have any conflicts with a local tyrant like the Li family. However, there were some things that could not be regretted and were hard to turn around. A few days ago, her son's brick had coincidentally brought Li Sanlang over. It was an unexpected surprise. Seeing his mother sigh, Lu Xiaoyi guessed her thoughts. "Mother, this is an inevitable choice between families. He's in the business world, and I'm in the government. There is no direct conflict of interest. It's best for us to coexist. As for Li Sanlang, a shrewd person like him is not so easy to make friends. He's different from Qi and his gang. Your son understands this. He won't easily fall into the trap of others. In the end, we're just using each other." Lu Yarosha stared at her son. At this moment, she was certain. It was as if overnight, that ignorant child had truly grown up. He had his own thoughts and his own judgment. Her heart, which had been in suspense for 18 years, could finally be at ease. Her son had grown up. She had to care less about the outside world. After all, this residence belonged to the Lu family. "I don't care about what you do outside. But now that Xiao Yi is so understanding, then tell me, when do you plan to give me an explanation for that literary examination?" This time, it was Lu Xiaoyi's turn to sigh. He knew that he could not avoid this matter that concerned the reputation of his family in Lu province. When he first came to this body, he did not take it seriously at all. Who would transmigrate for no reason? Why would he go to another world to continue his exam-oriented education? Would he be looking for trouble for himself? But now, he no longer thought that way. Because of the relationship he had cultivated with the two old women, he knew that in the future, he would definitely do many things that would exceed the expectations of the two old women. It would also be very difficult to satisfy the wishes of the two old women, such as getting married and having children. He could not disappoint the two old women in all aspect. In that case, he shouldn't reject the relatively easy title of a scholar. There are still 3 months before the summer's imperial examinations. The two old ladies need not worry. Xiao Yi will obtain this title this year as a present for Mother's 50th birthday. Lu Yarosha broke into a smile. "Really?" Lu Xiaoyi gritted his teeth. "Really?" Lu Yarosha confirmed again, "If you obtain scholarly honors, I will not force you to get married for 3 years. It is also up to you to choose. But if you do not succeed, The day you fail will be the day you get married. This old woman, every step she took, she was really watertight. Mother, getting married is not like recruiting servants. How can it be so fast? Aunt Cai Huan stepped in at the right time. You don't have to worry about this. Leave everything to your Aunt Cai. I promise not to be perfunctory. Lu Xiaoyi retreated in defeat. He was confident that he could pass the Wenzhuan exam because his original consciousness had been reading books for more than 10 years and had a deep accumulation of knowledge. The Wenzhuan exam was just the most basic level in this world, just like the ancient scholars in his previous life. There were still several levels above that: Wen Yuan, Wen Dian, and Wen Kuei. His mother's request was that he must complete the literary examination to prove his identity as a scholarly family in Lu province. As for the next level, if he passed the literary examination, he could be an official. This was not what the old madam wanted. It sounded easy, and it was easy to think about, but to do it, Lu Xiaoyi was still a responsible person. Since he wanted to take the imperial examinations, he had to make preparations in advance. Originally, his consciousness was very resistant to taking the examinations, so he did not make any preparations. However, he was different. As someone who had experienced it before, he knew very well that the expectations of the elders were for the younger generation. The younger generation would always start to regret not doing more things to make them happy when their parents were still alive. He would not. At the very least, he would try his best to do what he could. Although he had never experienced such an occasion in his previous life, there were still many books about the general examination in the Lu residence. The whole process was very clear. When he roughly looked through the selected articles over the years and the articles he had written in the past 2 years, he found 2 problems after comparing them one by one. The good news was that with his current level, he could definitely pass this kind of preliminary examination. The bad news was that his current consciousness could no longer write the essays that his original consciousness had written. He forgot that he was no longer the original him. Chapter 26. To write an article, one needed inspiration and soul. His current soul was the soul of his previous life. If he were to write, he was afraid that what he would write would be the charm of a web novel, which was completely incompatible with the values of this world. Therefore, if he were to write an article that was in line with the knowledge of this world, there might be no problem with the structure of the words, wording, and tone, but it would lack something that could be expressed in words. Even a mere essay would be a difficult task for the current him. It might take him several years to truly understand this world, and only then would he be able to write something that barely had a soul. He did not have years of time to boast in front of his mother for 3 months. His character was that of a poor loser who cared about his reputation. This was the first problem that this lazy soul of his encountered in this world that needed to be solved urgently. With his character and style, if he could not walk the right path, then he could only walk the wrong path. A few days later, the 7 heroes held a welcoming dinner for Lu Xiaoyi at Chaofeng Brothel. It was very lively because of the scene. Their group was far from being considered evil in Pu City, let alone the local underworld forces. They were just a group of rich kids who were unrestrained and willful when they were young. During the dinner, Li Sanlang came unexpectedly, which made Lu Xiaoyi very suspicious of his purpose. As the son of the richest man, there was no need for him to fawn so much in front of an outdated aristocrat. However, he did not say anything. Qi and his group did not have any grudges or friendship with Li San, but under Li San's influence, the atmosphere was obviously more harmonious. As expected, Li San performed his ridiculous flame ability in front of everyone again. To others, it was just a novelty, but to Qi and his group, it was a kindred spirit, so the atmosphere was even more lively. As they drank to their heart's content, Qi said mysteriously, "Brothers, I know a place to go. It's a secret palace that might contain spiritual items. It's not far from Pu City. How about it? Are you interested in going with me to explore it?" Wang Taizhu, Fatty Qian, and the others immediately responded. They were in a state where they could neither go up nor down. There was no way for them to go up, but they were unwilling to go down. They were very conflicted. If they did not progress after this period of time, They would lose their confidence and probably end up like Li San, turning their abilities into a little trick to make friends with others. But the secret palace was an opportunity. The most popular legend in the history of cultivation in the kingdom of the Evernight was that if one obtained a treasure from the secret palace, he or she would be reborn and become an immortal. It was very tempting for half-baked cultivators like them who had nowhere else to go. It was a good opportunity to test their luck. Ordinary people like them, who had not really integrated into cultivation, had not fully understood the importance of resources in cultivation and the nature of life and death. Therefore, they would still share the news with their friends, which was inconceivable among real cultivators. If there was a secret mansion, of course, they had to explore it by themselves. How could they find a group of friends to rush in together? Who would be the one to claim the opportunity? It wasn't like they were going on a field trip. Lu Xiaoyi and Li San were the only two people in the group who did not think much of it. Li San was an experienced person, so he knew that these were all ephemeral and illusory things. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoyi was more rational than impulsive. How could a group of ordinary people obtain such a great opportunity through the inheritance of the secret palace? This kind of thing was written in biographies to deceive people. It was better to listen to it and not to take it seriously. However, both of them were sophisticated people and knew that this was not the time to pour cold water on them. Therefore, they just smiled and waited for Qi and his gang to make up their minds. They only needed to agree and treat it as an outing, which would not take much time. Qi was mysterious and refused to say the specific location. He only said that it was within half a day's journey on horseback outside Pu City. It seemed that he still had the basic vigilance of a cultivator. However, the reason why Qi was the leader of the 7 heroes was that he had a generous temperament. This could be seen from his willingness to share the jade tablet with his brothers. In the end, while they were drunk, everyone agreed to set off the day after tomorrow. They agreed on a time and place to meet up and then they left. Lu Xiaoyi slept. When he turned around and thought about the agreement at the House of Morning Flower, he felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he finally realized that the agreement at that time was empty and did not involve anything practical. Empty did not mean that everyone would go back on their words. In this world, at this age, if you did not attend to the agreement, you would be criticized behind your back. Therefore, no one would find excuses to avoid it. However, the problem was that they did not talk about the preparation work for the exploration at all. They were not real cultivators and did not have the ability to travel high and low. They also did not have treasures like the space storage bag. Everything had to be carried by people and horses, but no one mentioned what they needed to prepare. As a soul from his previous life, he had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. He had never experienced donkey trekking. However, with the development of information, he roughly knew what was going on. Was an exploration a leisurely walk in the spring? With his limited knowledge, at the very least, he needed to prepare a lot of necessary things like tents, ropes, raincoats, fire seeds, various tools, self-defense weapons, water, food, and other complicated things. Qi and his gang did not mention a single word about these. Were they very experienced? Not necessarily. From the time they were drinking and chatting, they knew that this exploration would be their first time in their lives, including Li San Lang. Most of them treated this treasure hunt as a relaxing trip that was similar to an outing. This was due to the fact that they lived like princes. On the other hand, it was because biographies and rumors often described the fruitful results but did not mention the dangers involved. Most importantly, the public security around Pu City was very good, and it was rare to hear about the existence of bandits and robbers. However, Lu Xiaoyi did not think so. He was not worried about the appearance of strong people. Pu City was indeed very good in this aspect. Moreover, it seemed that other than him, the others in their group were all cultivators. He was worried about the so-called secret residence. If it was fake, then it did not matter. At most, they would have made a wasted trip. However, if it was real, how could it not have all kinds of traps and prohibitions? Even the tombs of wealthy families had all kinds of measures to prevent tomb robbers. How could the secret residence of a cultivator not have any? It was unimaginable. However, it was obviously too late to inform them. Moreover, with these fellows' temperaments, they might not listen to him. In Pu City, they were a group of people that no one dared to offend. They were arrogant and looked down on everyone. If he had the time to waste his breath, he might as well prepare some for himself. He did not look for Ping An or the other servants in the residence because looking for them would mean telling the old madam. He looked for the shopkeeper of a grocery store and gave him some advice. The shopkeeper immediately understood. After being in this business for so many years, he knew what this young master wanted to do. It was nothing more than having nothing better to do and wanting to go out to find some excitement. To him, this was nothing new. After some bustling, he gathered some goods from other stores. Lu Xiaoyi checked them one by one and found that not only were the quality good, the variety of goods prepared was more abundant than he expected. Of course, the price was not low either. He did not bring these things back to the residence. Instead, he left them in the grocery store and would come back to pick them up the next morning. Otherwise, he would not be able to hide this large pile of goods from his mother's informant, Ping An's pair of poisonous eyes. Chapter 27. The next morning, at dawn, a group of youths began to gather at the north gate of Pu City. The city gates of the Sunshine Kingdom would be closed at night and would only be opened in the morning. This was the rule. However, the Sunshine Kingdom had been peaceful for a long time and such a rule had long existed in name only. The commoners at the bottom might not be able to feel it, but the soldiers guarding the city would not offend these rich kids. Even in the middle of the night, as long as you could report where you came from, you would still be able to pass through unimpeded. There were 8 people and 8 horses. The soldiers hurriedly opened the gate. Li San, Qi and the others were all public figures in Pu City and very few people did not know them. Looking at their age and attire, they were all young masters of big families. Who would dare to offend them? Thus, they made a racket and swarmed out. Lu Xiaoyi secretly observed them. There were 2 things that surprised him. One was Li San Lang. He did not really hear him agree when they were drinking the day before yesterday. He thought that he had already lost interest in cultivation. Since he was 2 or 3 years older than everyone else, he would be more mature and would not participate in this kind of pure youth nonsense. He did not expect him to follow them. He had a feeling that Li San's target was him, since he had invited him to drink in Lu province. Although he had concealed it very well, it could not escape his intuition of 2 lifetimes. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. What exactly did he have that made the son of the richest man deliberately befriend him? Was it deliberate malice? Or did he have other motives? Another strange thing was that everyone's bags were full. Lu Xiaoyi thought that he had made sufficient preparations for the adventure, but who knew that everyone's bags were bigger than his? It seemed that the natives of this world were still naturally experienced in this kind of exploration. He was thinking too much. No one brought any servants. This was agreed upon beforehand. Firstly, it was to prove their bravery. Secondly, it was to prevent their families from stopping them. If their families knew about this kind of youth's whim, they would not stop it. After leaving the house, they first ran along the main road to the north. After about 10 miles, they turned into a small road in the northwest direction. After another 10 miles, even the small road disappeared. The land also lost its green vitality and began to gradually become barren. Sand dunes began to appear and became denser. Lu Xiaoyi's heart sank. He already roughly knew which area Qi was bringing them to. Although he had never left Pu City ever since he transmigrated, and although his original self rarely left Pu City's walls, these were not a big problem for a person who loved to read. In the annals of Pu City, the mountains, rivers, lakes, swamps, and towns of various sizes within several hundred miles of Pu City were clearly marked. This was not a land that humans had just reclaimed, but a home that had been inhabited for thousands of years. Every area around Pu City had its own unique features. The most unique one was the northwestern area. That was because there was a huge Gobi Desert there. It was so big that it could even encompass the entire area around Pu City. Chia said that it was only half a day's journey away from the secret place, which meant that this place was only at the edge of the vast Gobi Desert. If they really went deeper, without a guide or a camel, their fate would only be a narrow escape. Perhaps in other people's hearts, only a place like this could possibly contain a mysterious opportunity. At least, that was what Chia and his gang thought. That was why they maintained their excitement and even became more and more excited. Under such emotions, Lu Xiaoyi and Li San Lang slowly fell to the back. It was not that their horses were not good enough, but that they were not excited enough. "What do you think?" Li San Lang roared. In the rolling yellow sand, there was no way to communicate without roaring. Lu Xiaoyi roared back, "What the hell am I looking at? Please don't talk and fill my mouth with sand." This kind of galloping stopped twice, for no other reason than to feed the horses water and add food. Although they were all foppish sons of rich families, in this world where horses were the main means of transportation, they did not need anyone to teach them how to take care of horses and how to run long distances. Half a day later, Chi who was in the lead, stopped. There was some confusion in his eyes. "It seems to be this place. Let me look at the map again." Chia jumped off his horse and climbed up a slightly taller sand dune. Looking at the map in his hand, he began to look around. They were already dozens of miles into the Gobi Desert. There was basically no obvious green in sight. The sand dunes all looked the same, the only difference was their size. In any case, Lu Xiaoyi could not tell the difference. However, he was still very clear about the direction they came from. If they walked another dozens of miles in, he was afraid that he would not be able to differentiate between north, south, east, and west. "Chia, do you need someone to help you look at the map? Are you sure you can read all the words on the map?" Li San asked loudly. "Second brother, are you sure you're the only one who has this map? And not the people of Pu City who have a copy?" Lu Xiaoyi also teased from the side. The others laughed heartlessly. This was the way young people got along. On the sand dune, Chia gestured with his fingers and mumbled. Among the group, he had followed his father's generation to go on business trips the most. Even Li San could not compare to him in this aspect, so everyone still had a lot of confidence in him. After a while, Chia rolled down the sand dune. This was also the most time-saving way to go down the sand dune. Only experienced desert tribesmen knew this. Obviously, this was Chia's return to the two provocateurs. He was telling them that in the Gobi Desert, he, Chia, was the most experienced. "Found it. Follow that dry riverbed. We'll reach it after walking for another dozen miles. But now, we need to eat something to replenish our strength." The group found a shady place and began to prepare to eat. This time, Lu Xiaoyi finally knew what was in this group of people's bags. Wine, meat, fruits, cushions, parasols, and even silver plates and jade cups. In short, it was the complete set for a picnic. No one treated this exploration as a dangerous operation. In their eyes, it was a novel excavation, just like stealing melons from an orchard in the suburb. It was as if this was the right thing to do. Lu Xiaoyi wondered if he had read too many books in his previous life and thought too much of cultivators. But this was not the case at all. This was not a simple meal, but a carnival in the Gobi Desert. To the young people who lacked the tempering of adversity, at least they had obtained happiness, no matter what the outcome was. Among them, Lu Xiaoyi only ate the food of others and not his own. This was because there were only two kinds of food in his bag, water and flatbread. Moreover, it was the kind that was made of dead noodles. He could not even chew it with his bad teeth. This was food for coolies. If he took it out now, he would be laughed at by his companions. If he could not use it in the end, he could just throw it away. If he could use it, it would be a life-saving item. No one cared about this little bit of food. After eating and drinking to their fill, they saw that it was almost noon. The group packed up and moved forward along that dry riverbed. This was a riverbed formed over time. If Chia had not mentioned it, Lu Xiaoyi would not have been able to tell apart from the occasional gravel under his feet. Horses were already at their limit. If they went deeper, they would have to change to camels. Fortunately, the place they were looking for soon appeared in front of them. Chapter 28. This is. What appeared in front of them was a nearly vertical earth cliff. It was several hundred feet long and several hundred feet high. Due to the erosion of sand and the passage of time, it was hard to tell whether this earth cliff was made of earth or sand. This kind of earth cliff was still very common in this area because they had not yet gone deep into the Gobi Desert. When they really went deep, they would not be able to find anything other than sand. The peculiar thing about this earth cliff was that there were hundreds of caves of various sizes on its hanging walls. Although they had been eroded by the wind and sand for many years, it was obvious that this was not the work of nature, but rather a clear sign of human activity. This was a man-made cave sculpture group. In the caves of different sizes, one could faintly see the statues of legendary gods and Buddhas. However, many of them were half hidden in the sand that was everywhere in the Gobi Desert. The outlines of the upper layers could still be seen, but the lower layers were almost completely filled by the wind and sand and had become part of the cliff, leaving only their shapes. It was a bit like the Moguro cave in his previous life, but it was simpler and smaller in scale. Moreover, it did not have any color. He did not know if it was not colored in the beginning or if the color had long been taken away by the wind and sand. Are there any earth tribes around here? Lu Xiaoyi was worried and asked. Qi answer was very straightforward. No, there is no one within 30 miles. The limited number of indigenous people in the Gobi Desert will live in oases. No one can survive in a place like this. Little Yi, I know what you mean. Don't worry. This is an ownerless land and not the graveyard of an earth tribe. It has a longer history than the earth tribe. So, there is nothing to worry about. Everyone gathered in front of the cave wall group and pointed. Although they were all born and bred in Pu City, they had never been to this place. In their short lives, the destinations of their excursions were mostly in the other areas of Pu City with abundant water and grass. Qi took out his mysterious map again, but this time, he looked at it very quickly and pointed at it with his finger. This cave group is roughly divided into 5 layers. As shown in the map, the secret is in the 3rd cave on the left of the 4th layer. Everyone looked over. The 4th floor was actually the 2nd highest floor. The 3rd cave wasn't that big. Among the hundreds of caves in the earth cliff, it was one of the smaller ones. Looking at it from the outside, there was nothing special about it. Fatty Chen shouted, "The 3rd cave on the 4th floor? Second brother, are you telling the truth? How can I fit into such a small hole? Could there be a mistake? I think those big holes are good. If I want to hide something, I will hide it in those big holes." Chia scolded, "It's not like we're rearing pigs. Why do we need space? Everyone, let's see how we can go up. I reckon that it's not very possible to climb up from the bottom. Firstly, there's no ladder. Secondly, this cliff is exposed to the wind and the sun. It doesn't look very sturdy. There's also no way to chisel nails and pull ropes. This wasn't a difficult problem to solve. Since it wasn't easy to go up from the bottom, they might as well go up from the top. They would first climb to the top of the earth cliff, then use the rope to drop down." Lu Xiaoyi secretly observed. He had already begun to think of retreating. According to the theory from his previous life, the greatest danger was the danger that came unknowingly. When you didn't fully realize it, it would come so gently, making you feel that it was within your control and that you could do it with a little more effort. When the danger revealed its fangs, you would realize that everything was irreversible. The earth cliff was more than 10 feet high, and the height of the 4th floor was also about 10 feet. If they fell from such a height, even if it was soft sand below, they would basically be crippled even if they didn't die. Moreover, the most uncertain thing about the so-called earth cliff was its bearing capacity. If it was a stone cliff, even if it was higher, they would still have confidence because they knew that at least the bottom of their feet was solid. The biggest characteristic of a teenager's action was that they followed the crowd. If there was a certain amount of danger, if the first teenager dared to go up and try, then the other teenagers would definitely follow closely. No matter how timid they were, no matter how much they resisted in their hearts, they would never say no. For a teenager at this age, face was more important than the sky. No one wanted to become the object of ridicule when their future companions gathered together. This was also the reason why there were always children who fell from trees and drowned in small ponds. Their age meant that they would never understand that admitting that they were timid wasn't a shameful thing. They didn't understand, but Lu Xiaoyi understood. The only thing he was considering now was whether to say it now or climb to the top of the cliff. It was a bit too early to say it now. The teenagers had been running for nearly 100 miles in half a day, and when they reached this place, they would look up and then retreat when they felt that they couldn't climb up. How was that possible? Fatty Chen helped him make the decision. This hot-tempered teenager took the lead and jumped off the horse to find a way to climb up. Then, Iron Pillar and Monkey Sun followed closely behind, unwilling to be outdone. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. The situation was getting out of hand. He suspected that even if he raised a different opinion, he might not be able to stop this group of teenagers who seemed to have seen their favorite toys. Chia was still considered mature. He wasn't in a hurry to climb up. Instead, he looked at the remaining few. Let's first tie up the horses and find a shady place. Don't let the horses be scared away when we come back. There's no way to walk these 100 miles back. We have to pay special attention to the scorpion cave. It'll be troublesome if this thing stings the horses. Do we need to leave someone to watch over them? Lu Xiaoyi asked. Since he couldn't stop this group of impulsive guys, at least he could stay outside. If something really happened, whether it was to rescue them or to return to report, there would always be a backup plan. Chia shook his head. There's no need. Our brothers are all here. Who would stay here to watch the horses and let others get the opportunity? We have to go up and try our luck, especially you, little Yi. You haven't started cultivating yet. If there's a good opportunity, we've all discussed it. You go first. Moreover, this place is spacious. If we climb to the top of the cliff, we'll have a panoramic view of everything within dozens of miles. It's impossible for anyone to get close to steal the horses. We only need to sprinkle some realgar to guard against the sand snakes and scorpions. The second key to walking towards danger was that there would always be someone who was sincerely thinking for you. You would be moved by this and then forget about the danger. Just like now, everyone had a tacit understanding that if there really was an opportunity, they would help Lu Xiaoyi, who hadn't started cultivating yet. Such brotherly love made one feel touched and helpless. Rationality and impulsiveness could never coexist. The few of them found a shady place to tie up the horses. Then, they carefully sprinkled 2 layers of realgar powder around the horses. To be honest, Lu Xiaoyi didn't bring realgar powder with him when he was preparing for the journey. There was still a gap between the consciousness in one's mind and real experience. Even if most of these guys' bags were filled with wine and meat, there were still some useful things, especially the leader, Chi. A burst of joyful laughter came from the cliff. It turned out that Fatty Chen, who was running in the first place, had slipped and ended up falling down the cliff. The path up the cliff was a slope. The sand was soft to begin with, and the fatty's flesh was also soft. After rolling all the way down, nothing happened to him. However, he was so angry that he shouted and scolded Iron Pillar Monkey for not pulling him back. Therefore, he exerted all his strength and continued climbing up. Monkey laughed and scolded from above, "Pull you back? Can you pull me back?" At that time, it won't be one person rolling, but 2 people rolling. I'm not as fat as you. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back up if I go down. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.